citizens who say schools. It's a nonprofit kind
this opt-in for families initiative that is funded and initiated through the Doors Duke Foundation. I want to give a few logistical points, and then I'll introduce you to our MC. If you need to use a restroom, if you go out the center door, there's a restroom down the hall. We have our facilitator, Simone and her team, who is also having a self-care space at any moment today. If you need a self-care moment, need to take a break, you feel triggered, or you just need, it's been a long week, please go visit them in the back area of this space. You do not need permission. Get up and do what is best for you. Also, I want to introduce our MC from Elevate Oregon. His name is Daniel Morgan, and he's going to get us through today. So let's welcome him with a warm.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Good. Did y'all sleep well? Yeah. Did we sleep well over here? Oh, yeah. All right. I am excited. I am nervous, going crazy inside. But once I walked in and I saw the space, I'm like, this is super intimate. This is gonna be fun. I am the executive director of Elevate Oregon. It's a nonprofit, and we service youth in East Portland. So when I moved to Portland in 2012, I stopped at an organization called Self-Enhancement, and it was more Northeast. And as I started to work and get myself more involved and embedded in the community of Portland, it really supercharged me to want to make a difference. So as I continued my work, I ended up at DHS from, I would say, about a year and a half. And that was some important work for me. I was a permanency worker. And at that time, I didn't understand the barriers that these kids face. You'd hear about it. You'd hear about some of the things that they face, but then once you get embedded and entrenched into the work, you really want to try to make a difference. As I continued to move, I became the program director at Elevate Oregon and eventually the executive director. But I never left behind the relationships that I formed at DHS. But I'm proud to say that we're one of the few nonprofits that has partnered with Doors Duke, ODHS. We put on a community cafe this past winter that introduced community members, mostly people of color, to the DHS system. Of course, when a person of color hears about DHS, we start running. Different experiences, right? We're going to hear from some of these lived experiences about how these things affect our community. So for myself, can you raise your hand? Keisha Roper, that's my chief of staff. She's here as well. I have another staff member, Adolfo Lawrence. I'm not sure if he's in the house. He's getting something to eat. But we feel the partnership with opt-in is vital. We need to learn. We need to understand how we can support your work. We need to understand that when there is a phone call, instead of someone being sent to the home, we can activate an organization like an Elevate Oregon to help support families. And on the flip side, we understand we're not a one-stop shop. We also need to understand where the supports are in our community to be able to make sure our families, all families, are taken care of, and not when it gets to a certain point. We want to knock those barriers down early, often, so these kids and families are succeeding in the right direction. Before I get started, I got a couple minutes, and I promise you I'm gonna get this thing going, and I'm gonna get my butt off the stage. But I wanna kinda ask a question, since we're in this space and we're in this community. Just raise your hand and just tell me, what are you grateful for today? And don't make me call on you. If you look away, I will call on you. Trust me, man. I coached basketball for 25 years. I was a school teacher. So I will call on them if you look away. So it's very important that I understand what we're grateful for. I write in a gratitude journal every morning. It's a very important way for me to get myself started. So raise your hand. What are you grateful for? Yes, ma'am.
I drove in from Seattle yesterday. My low back was hurting me, but this morning I got over to the gym. Then a thing got over there, and now I feel like I can be here all day.
Let's get it. Anybody else? Yes. What are we grateful for this morning?
Grateful for really good hugs from people that I haven't seen for a long time.
Love it.
I'm grateful for the sun. As we live in Oregon, it's pretty cold and it's raining and cloudy most of the time. Man, it is a beautiful day, ain't it?
Don't make me call on you.
I actually flew in here last November, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to what my past has brought me to be in this space with y'all today. So I'm grateful for that. And I'm grateful for my lived experience.
I am most thankful because I used to always pray. I used to always meditate and manifest being around people that are as passionate as I am. I used to always wonder, is everyone in this organization as passionate as I am? And you can't test that. You don't know if someone's really passionate about it. But I am grateful for this space because people have come from far and wide to be here with us today. So I'm grateful for everyone that's here. I'm grateful for the passion that you bring to this work. And together, I was listening to a podcast, I was listening to it that says, geese that, when they fly together in a pack, they can go 400 miles longer than if they were flying by themselves. So we're all geese today. So we're going to continue to fly together, work together, and build together. So we're going to transition. And I get the honor of introducing our first speaker. Her name is Simone Marie. I got the chance to be with her briefly outside there, and she's just a beautiful person, beautiful woman, beautiful spirit. So it's an honor for me to introduce her. She's a visionary leader, a healer, and motivational speaker who brings both lived experience and transformative energy to every space she enters. She is founder of Soulpreneur, Calm Unity, unity is spelled in capital letters, and CEO of Simone Marie LLC, where she blends spiritual wisdom and practical strategy to help individuals and communities unlock their full potential. With a background spanning yoga, small business consulting, energy medicine, and trauma-informed facilitation, Simone leads healing-centered retreats, workshops, and events across the country. She's a best-selling author, a board member of the Lalani Foundation, and a creative force behind numerous wellness initiatives that center women, children, and soul-driven entrepreneurs. Above all, Simone creates sacred space where people are reminded that their healing, their voice, and purpose all matter. So please join me in welcoming Simone Marie to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. My sisters.
Good morning.
I'm so excited to be here and so excited to see all of the faces here. Like, this experience is like so surreal for me. And I remember when I met Janine and the crew, and it was really emotional for me because the foster care system has been a very interesting story in my life. And won't get all choked up about it. Jeez, get it together, girl. I too have gratitude for it because it's brought me to where I am today, and I get to live. And we don't say we work. We say we get to go play in the sandbox together every day. And so every day I get to do fun things and meet new people, have new experiences. And so I feel like if I never would experience what I've experienced, I would never be in this place that I'm in today. Sitting here talking to all of you guys and getting ready to share some amazing modalities with you, via myself and my sisters here. We are very grateful to be here. I think about my mother. Monday was the anniversary of her death. The very first book that I was a part of is a multi-author book, and I wrote her story in that book. And it has to do with this foster care system and how I got here. And it's so surreal to know that I see her as the queen that never got to wear her crown. And growing up, I despised her. I was embarrassed of her. I didn't want people to know she was my mother. And the sad part about it is that I never really realized the resilience that she had, the strength that she carried, the wisdom that she held, and her journey that led her to create myself, my sisters, and then the whole lineage that came after that. And all of the amazing things that are starting to happen in the lives of the people in my family, and not to mention my life and the life of all the other people that we get to meet and touch their lives. So, a lot of gratitude and deeply honored to be here. My sisters and I, we facilitate beautiful community at the New Wellness Center in downtown Portland on Taylor Morrison. New Wellness Center is the place. Ladies of the Light, Women of Many Nations is the community. And it's a collective of women who come together to do exactly what we're all here to do today. That it's all these different women from all these different cultures, all these different backgrounds who come together to help to assist others to heal, to help to work on, I'm just thinking about my mom. Sorry, guys. I didn't think I was going to get emotional. You don't know how many times I've talked about this, sitting here in my wall, it's like, oh, another vibe. But what's beautiful about it is that you think about the system that has been broken for a very long time, and the fact that all of these people are in this one room looking to help work together. And we always talk about it amongst ourselves and the people in our communities, is that competition is no longer the situation. It's all about collaboration. The new competition is collaboration. And so being able to collaborate, being able to share different types of modalities and different things that people have never experienced before, and then people come to us and they're like, what is energy medicine? What do you mean you're a healer? What do you mean that you're doing sound therapy? What do you mean you have a vibrational sound bed, vibroacoustic sound bed at your space? What does that do? Is it going to electrocute me? I'm like, absolutely not. And so, come on down and try it out. And so when we were asked to come here, so today, we're gonna share with you some beautiful things. One, Mama G, Graciela Teofield, and I always wanna say Teofield, but then she reminded me, because she's from Nicaragua, she's like, Teo, Teo, and I was like, oh, I can remember it now, because I sing the song every time I say it. And so she's gonna give us a really beautiful sound bath. If you've never experienced it before, it's one of the most amazing things I've ever had happen to me in my adult life. So I'm excited for you to experience that. My sister Sarah right here, is going to lead you in a beautiful journey. And so a lot of the work that we do, journey, similar, another word that you could attribute that to would be like a meditation. But it takes you like, it's a journey, like on a story. You go on it. And one of the things I do is so funny is I teach imagination yoga. So I love doing stories and I love doing fun stuff and I'm very animated. And so I love that we get to take people on journeys and share stories and be able to, you think about ancient traditions and practices, right? Spoken word, people share things through story, through word of mouth. And along the way, we kind of got away from that. So we like to bring and blend different ways and blending the old with the new and bringing things and blending them together so that people get to have new experiences. One of the other things I want to share before I get into my part that I'm going to share with you guys is that across the hall right here, and you guys have probably seen this in their setting up, we have the opportunity for you to come and hang out and for Graciela to share with you a vibrational sound that laying down therapy, laying down on the bed. So you can experience it acoustically here in the space, but you can lay down and experience it laying down, like as if you came in and had a little session in our center. Sarah's gonna offer to you guys, for those who wanna come and hang out, energy medicine session, which is Reiki. And so, for those who don't know what Reiki is, I'm gonna let Mama G explain it because she used to be a teacher, and she explains it so beautifully, and so she can give it to you in the way that everybody can understand. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you guys a heart activation. One of the things that I share with all of my clients is that we forget, we get out of our bodies and we're on the go all the time. And one of the things that, as a community, as a culture, we're always do, go, 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 go. And everybody always tells me they don't have time for self-care. Yes, because I know a simple practice that you could do before you even get your feet off the bed, before you go pee, before you look at the phone, before you go do kid stuff, that takes less than 3 minutes, maybe 2 minutes, that you can do every day and offer yourself self-care. So I'm going to show that to you guys today because I feel like it's very impactful, and I would love for you to take that and share it with somebody else. Use it in your house, teach it to your kids, share it with your worker friends, do all the things because it's so simple and it's an easy way to reset. It's an easy way to ground yourself, and it's an easy way to give back to yourself and also spit it out to other people and not be depleted. So, did I miss anything? Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me of that. One of the other important things is like, if you're not waking up in the morning and setting your intentions every day, we're going to talk about that because I'm going to share with you how to create an intention, what the intention really is. Most people think when I say set your intentions, they think of that as setting a goal. They're like, oh, I'm going to put it on my list and I'm going to, I want to get down the street and I want to be able to make 32 baskets in the basket group. I want to check off all the things on my list today. And people go into goals when I say intention, and so I'm going to share with you what a real intention is and how you can set it and how it impacts your life and how that simple practice can change your life forever. It's changed mine. It's changed a lot of the clients that I work with that are rooted in deep trauma. And just by you setting your intention every single day, it changes how people greet you. It changes how you're received. It changes how, things happen in your day. And if you don't believe me, I just want you to try it out. So, I think that's it, right? Okay. Mama G, you're going to sit there. You're going to get ready for your sound out. And I'm going to lead in our heart activation first. Right? Okay. You guys ready? Okay. I want to invite you all to take a moment. And I know people are like, oh, meditation. something in the room. The glass of water, another person, you can look at the floor, you can stare at me. It's gonna do the same effect. The other thing I would like you to do, and I usually do this sitting down, but I want you to wiggle yourself in your seat a little bit and rock your tailbone from side to side. I want you to feel the tailbones, you know, on the seat. Feel it. Side to side, okay? Feeling grounded in the seat. Everybody feel like they can feel themselves stay grounded on the seat? Okay, let's do our feet. You can tell I teach you when I was younger, right? Do our feet, 1, 2. Feel your feet securely on the ground, and then you feel comfortable where you're at. Everybody feeling comfortable? The last piece is the piece that Mama G always gets me on, is the posture piece. It's the sitting your neck up tall, push your chest out, put your spine just a little bit more, make it a little bit straighter, but comfortably, not to where it hurts or uncomfortable. Is everybody feeling comfortable? Thumbs up, yeah? Okay, good. All right. The next thing I want to invite you to do is a little bit of breathing. And so people don't realize how simple a breath can change your life as well. Taking a deep breath in through your nose, so taking another little, sniff it up. And then a deep sigh out. And I want to hear you. Okay, I didn't hear everybody. Let's do it again. This time though, when we take that deep breath in, I want you to pull your shoulders up if it feels comfortable. And let me tell you something else about meditation. Just imagining that you're doing is equivalent to your body, to your mind body, if you're actually doing it. So if you can't pull your shoulders up to your ears, I don't want you to do it, and I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. So take another deep breath in, shoulders up if you can, as far as they can go up. Another and then, okay, I'm hearing this side, but not this side of the room. What's going on over here, guys? One more time. We like to do it in threes, so this last one, I want to hear. I want to hear a deep. This time I want you to release whatever you came in here with today, whatever preconceived ideas that you had, whatever feelings and emotions you came in here with, and I want you to be at peace. I want to invite you to be at peace. I don't want you to be at peace. I want to invite you to be at peace. Because I'm always inviting people to do what feels right for them. So on this last breath, I want you to pick up all the things, like your breath is taken in, all the things that you've been thinking, talking about, what you was talking about before you came in here, the arguments you may have got into, the uncomfortable feelings of getting here, all the things. Breathe them into the air, so breathe them through your nose. You ready? And then now that we done got that air out, I want to invite you all to take a moment and place both your hands on your heart. Our heart is such a beautiful gift to all of us. Not only does it pump blood through your body, your heart has a beautiful energy in it. And it actually helps us to regulate our mind, body, and spirit when we align with our heart. Reason why I like to teach this heart activation. So I want you to take a breath in. Now, you don't have to do a big one, you don't have to do a big yawn, but I want you to take a breath in through your nose and a sigh out. And I want you to feel and imagine that this beautiful emerald green heart is inside your chest, and it just ignited this beautiful green light. And it feels warm, it feels cozy, it feels like home. Whatever home feels like to you, whatever love feels like to you, that's what that feels like right now. And it's in your hands, underneath your hands right now. I want to invite you to take another breath in. And on this exhale, I want you to pull your hands out about a foot outside your body. Ready? Feeling that heart, that love that you had, that you just ignited coming outside of your body and being just about a foot outside of you. Now it's covering your whole body, your whole chair, and you're feeling the warm glow, like a warm blanket all around you. Nestled in this blanket, like you're getting ready to watch a nice movie, all cuddled up, ready to go. Taking another breath in, and a sigh out. And I want you to open your arms all the way out. And all that love that's inside of you, just expand it out. And to every single person in this room, you touch somebody, it's okay. To every person that you love, to every person every life is gonna be impacted by the work that everybody in this room is saying yes to. To all the children, to all the families, the parents, the mamas, the daddies, the grandmas, the aunties, the uncles, the nieces, the nephews, the foster parents, everybody who's getting all of this love, they just got it all from you. And then the love goes all the way to the whole earth. And the earth is surrounded with all of this love. I want you to take another breath in. And on the sigh out, I want you to bring your hands all the way back in. Pull it all that. I want you to pull it in. Pull it in, pull it in, pull it in, pull it in back into your own heart. All the love that you just gave out is now all back inside of you. And every person that you gave it to, even if you don't even know them, they gave it back to you. And now, every time that you feel depleted, you feel like you don't feel like you're being loved or somebody doesn't love you, this is the simple way for you to fill your own cup every single day. Before you put your feet on the ground, before you get up and out of the bed in the morning, even if you're sitting on the toilet, you can just do this really simple. How many minutes did it take this? Not that many. Now let me show you the fast forward version that I do in the morning, because we already have muscle memory, right? Breathe in, expand your hands all the way out, letting all the love out, gathering, sending it out to everybody and everything. Taking another breath in, pulling it all back in. And just sitting in that love, feeling supported, feeling held, knowing that you are part of a community and a group of people that are changing the world, changing the lives of so many young children, changing the lives of little children that some of us would have wished we had you in our lives at that time. That this work was being done when I was a child. That this work was being done when my mom lost custody of me. And maybe would have had the resources to be able to come back, we would have been able to be with my mother. And maybe she wouldn't have been on drugs the whole time. And maybe she wouldn't have died of diabetes before she turned 50. And maybe, I would have been able to, she would have been standing here next to me today. If she would have had the people in this room to be the one that we're doing here. Now I want to invite you to release your hands. If your eyes aren't already open, open them up. Wiggling your fingers, wiggling your toes. Having gratitude for this experience that you have. How many people can do this every day? Right, all of us, all the hands should be up. Come on. Right. The next piece is around intentions. So an intention is something that you set in your mind's eye that is present. It's in the present moment. An intention is, it's in the present tense. So it's like I am, I choose. It's not like I'm getting ready to do, I'm going to do, I think I want to, maybe tomorrow. Not that. We're not doing that. They're next week. So everybody, I want you to just take one moment and think about what is one thing that you can set for today for this space. What is your intention when you came into here today around being a part of this community, being a part of this work that is being called for you to do? What is your intention? And I want you to use it, I want you to say it amongst you, the people in your group and the tables that you're in, and say, I am in the work. What is your intention? For you to speak that into this space as we begin this day. Because there's word and there's power in words. Our bodies are 75%, no, they'll be on it, 75%, 85%, if you'll want this a little bit more, water. It's been scientifically proven that water is programmable. You got 72 trillion cells in your body. And how are we programming it every day? We're sitting here in this space. How are we going to program this space? And everybody that's in here. By setting our intention. We're going to set our intention for this work that you're getting ready to do, for the community that's being built here, for the relationships that are being built here, and for the love that is being built here. Because you wouldn't be here if you didn't have love. You wouldn't be. So, you ready? of paper in the next room over. And actually, we're gonna move it out to the the open area. And I want you to put your word on that paper and put it in that dissolvable water and swish it around. So that everybody's intention is going in that bowl and create that energy for what's happening in this space. Can we do that? Okay, I'm holding out to it. All right, I'm gonna invite you guys to meet my sister Sarah, divinely Sarah, founding mother of Ladies of the Light, Women of Many Nations, who is doing amazing things in the world, and I absolutely love her and adore her, and I'm gonna let her introduce herself. You ready? Yes. Okay, let's go.
Good morning. I am so honored to be here. I am divinely Sarah. But before I get started, I'd like to give honor to the ancestors of the land who have allowed us to stand on their shoulders and do this work. Without them, we would not be here. Okay, so I'm honored to be in this space. I am the great-great-great-granddaughter of Simi. I'm the great-great-granddaughter of Dot. I am the granddaughter of Margaret Jo Lambert, and I am the daughter of Ramona Evans. And I too spent some time in the foster care system because my mom was on drugs. I was born into a family of a community on drugs. And so I really honor this community and all the work that's being done in this space and all these beautiful spaces. And today I am here to lead you in a meditation of unity and collective love. And I'm excited to be here. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. Stay ready. Yeah, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. So the first thing I'm going to allow you to do is, whatever you're comfortable with, I want you to either close your eyes or cast your eyes down. This is a personal experience. This experience is just for you. Okay? I'm going to do a call. We're going to start off with the drums. Graciela is going to play the beautiful sound medicine. And we're going to journey together. At this time, I want you to find a comfortable position. Make sure your body is relaxed and at ease. Make sure your eyes are cast down and closed. Take a deep breath in through your nose. Hold it and let it fall out your mouth. And at this time, I just want you to pause and breathe and be present in this moment, knowing that you are safe, protected, and held. Allow your body to soften. Let the mind quiet. Allow your heart to open. You are arriving. You are safe. You are at home. Listen, dear ones, to your heart, to the sacred medicine that you bring into this space. All of us have our own personal medicine that we bring with us daily. What is your medicine? What are you bringing into this space to offer to this collective community? Now, as you listen, listen to the whispers of the earth, the song of the wind, to the silence between the sounds. For in these voices, there is remembrance. The truth of connection, the pulse of unity, pause, breathe, and listen. We are not separate. We are one thread. In this great weave of life, the trees, the rivers, the sky and the stars. You are the dreamer. You are the vision. You are the carrier. You are the one who remembers why you are here and what you were meant to do in this life. And what you bring is sacred. It's needed. And within this community, every voice, every heart, every spirit, every soul is connected. Unity is not a future we wait for. It is the truth we live now. Here, together, pause, breathe, embody. Now see the shared vision rise. A great tree of life. Its roots deep into the earth. Its branches reaching for the stars. It weaves, shimmering with the collective intention. Each one a prayer, a dream, a sacred truth. Pause, breathe, remember who you are and why you are here. You are a leaf on that tree. You are the breath of the earth You are the dream of your ancestors. You are the prayer for this future that we look forward to. Pause, breathe, remember. And now, just be present in your body and listen. May your heart speak in stillness. May your soul remember its place in this sacred circle. You are safe. You are protected. You are held and loved.
very gently, with much love and patience and kindness for yourself. Begin to tiptoe back, beginning with a breath that is deep and rich and luscious, and release it when you are ready. Inhaling easy, exhaling easy. In this world that we live in, kindness is going to be what gets you through from one moment to the next. It's what's going to bless you in a profound way. So in this moment, I choose to speak kindness over you and wish you the very best. Inhale easy. Exhale easy. And now, from the top of your head to the soles of your feet and from fingertips to fingertips, may you be profoundly blessed. And you're coming in, you're going out, you're standing up, and then you're lying down. May you be blessed. The ones you love and like, be blessed. Your city, your state, your country, your world, your universe says, simply because you are in it and you are a blessing. May you be so profoundly blessed that you're like this little pebble dropped in a very still lake. And when it hits the middle, the blessings begin to ripple out. And when they hit this shore, they ripple back. And it keeps going. May you be so blessed and your joy be so ridiculous. People walk by you and go, what's going on over there? And in their next breath say, but I'll have what he's having. Or I'll take what she's having. May everything you put your hand to passionately in love, with focus, and that word we used today, intention, may it prosper you. Mind, body, spirit, knowledge, wisdom, and the combination to bring you into understanding. May you be well. And all those around you be well because you are well. All is well. And so it is. And with that I say, Ashe. Oh, Ashe. Amen. And I am. You are. Namaste. If your eyes are closed, allow them to butterfly open and return to the space. It's an absolute honor to have been with you today and to share sound medicine. There is self-care available for you today. Come experience it. For some of you, it's going to be new. For some of you, it's going to be old. Come on. We're right there waiting for you. Pleasure.
Thank you all for letting us come and be with you at this time, and we're very grateful. I know later on today, Mama, she'll be back, I think after dinner or before dinner, to do a full sound bath here in this space. And I just want to share with you also, I forgot to tell you that in the far corner room over here, things get to be heavy for you. You need a break. Come on over and visit. We have restorative rest space with lots of pillows and comfy rug and blanket. You can hang out. I have some words of affirmation. You can put together a little vision card and give yourself some time out if you need it. So I invite you. Thank you.
Thank you. One more round of applause for the ladies, please. That is powerful. The work that you do, the spaces that we occupy, it takes a lot. We give a lot. We get a lot of ourselves throughout the day, throughout the month, throughout the year. And one thing I can definitely affirm that although I do a gratitude journal in the morning, I do an I am affirmation every morning. So you have to affirm yourself in a world that doesn't affirm you sometimes, that doesn't give you the credit that you deserve, but it's okay. You affirm yourself, you write down who you are, continue to move forward. So thank you again, ladies. So we're gonna shift a little gears here, move forward as we continue the program. So as we shift into our next session, we will hear from two leaders who have been walking this path of reimagining with us. Elizabeth Weiner from Doris Duke Foundation and Jennifer Holman from ODHS, who will reflect on how the opt-in journey continues to unfold with heart and strategy. It is my pleasure to welcome two remarkable leaders who are driving change in the child and family well-being space, Jennifer Holman and Elizabeth Weiner. Jennifer has spent the past 18 years with the Oregon Department of Human Services and is currently serving as the Family Preservation Program Manager, where she leads with heart, humility, and commitment to keeping families safely together through meaningful engagement and system change. Elizabeth Weiner is the Senior Program Officer for Child Wellbeing at the Doris Duke Foundation, where she supports national efforts to build a more prevention-oriented child welfare system rooted in equality, equity, and family support. So please welcome Jennifer and Elizabeth to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very much shorter than our previous speaker. I'm Liz Weiner, as stated, I'm the Senior Program Officer at the Doris Duke Foundation. Before we dive in, that is a hard act to follow. My presentation will not be as exciting, but I wanted to take a moment to tell you a little bit about Doris Duke and the foundation that bears her name. Throughout her life, Doris Duke was a philanthropist, supporting the causes that were most important to her. After she died, the Doris Duke Foundation was established through her last will and testament. That document set forth a bold vision and mission to build a more creative, equitable, and sustainable future. We're directed and inspired by the language in her will, and in it, she charged us specifically to work on prevention of cruelty to children. We believe that it's cruel to ignore a child's needs until they're in crisis. We believe that it's cruel to separate children from their families and their communities when what they need to stay safely together is known and available. We're not interested in making the existing child welfare system a little bit better around the margins. Opportunities for Prevention and Transformation Initiative, or opt-in, as we're calling it, seeks to demonstrate that it's possible to create a prevention-oriented child well-being system that can find, engage, and serve families at the first signal of need. We want to build this system because the tools of our current system, which are grounded in surveillance, coercion, and a focus on child safety issues, can often cause more harm than it helps. There is a better, more cost-effective, and scalable way to prevent abuse and neglect and to serve children and their families. There we go. In March of 2024, the Doris Duke Foundation launched Opt-in for Families. It's a demonstration project which is operating here in Oregon, but also in Washington, D.C., Kentucky, and South Carolina. Each site is piloting a prevention system end-to-end, changing how families are supported once they are screened out. We know that the work is important. We know that almost 40% of children nationwide experience a CPS investigation by the age of 18. The number is even higher for Black children, half of whom have had that experience by their 18th birthday. Investigations, even when necessary, can be terrifying and traumatic for families. Over the next 2 years, we're working alongside jurisdictions to build a referral pathway for families at the first signal of need, somewhere that can help a family find the things that they think are useful. Housing supports, help navigating problems with their children's school, support for substance use or mental health needs. These services are totally voluntary and provided in that family's community. When we look at a new system, right now we think that there are 4 key elements. One is access, figuring out how to find the families who need this kind of help. Who are they? Where are they? How do we find them? The second is engagement. We have to admit that child welfare has relied on coercion, surveillance, and fear to get people to engage. That's not available in a voluntary system. We have to figure out and learn what is it that families want and what would make them want to say yes to what's being offered. The third is navigation. Families need help finding their way through a complicated array of supports that already exist in healthcare, in education, and in their communities. And the last is support. Public funding pays for lots of services. It doesn't necessarily pay for the supports that families know they need. We need to build sound evidence that answers questions about which families need how much and for how long to avoid child welfare intervention. You'll see at the bottom of the slide is a commitment to co-design. About half of the grant funding is committed to building the structures and processes that allow for lived experts, community leaders, and intergovernmental partners to engage in the design and work that we're doing together. I want to acknowledge that this is not a new idea. Opt-in is partnering with jurisdictions like Oregon, who are well underway and committed to doing something aligned with this vision. We're providing additional resources to help it grow, to accelerate the pace, and to help think about how do we measure and track it so that it can become bigger and scale out. So what are we trying to do? we're being really specific about who, what, and how, so that we can analyze and assess the work, learn what works and what doesn't, and advocate to promote policies and programs at a larger national scale. So what is being learned here in Oregon can grow and fill out that national map, and the kinds of services that ODHS is taking the lead on will be offered to more families nationwide. We're working at Chapin Hall on a formative evaluation to document the process of getting this program launched and off the ground and helping it grow. And we hope to demonstrate that this kind of work is doable, is more cost effective, and is better for families. And that soon we'll see blue spreading across the map you see here. Right now it's just a little bit. So we are deeply grateful to be partnering with Oregon, who has already been on this path for a long time, looking at the closed and screening families. We also don't do this work alone. We brought together a national advisory group with experience in prevention, lived expert engagement, policy, and systems to help support and advise on the project, in addition to the local advisories in each site, as well as a group of experts to help Chapin Hall ask the right questions. We have leaders in each of the fields that are coming alongside us for this work to help shape it moving forward, because folks are really interested and engaged in how we can come together to build that better world and that better system. We also have a few other funders at the table that we want to thank, including the Leon Levine Foundation, Aviv Foundation, the Duke Endowment, and the Hofstra Foundation, as well as an anonymous funder who has come in to help with some additional funding for the flexible resources here in Oregon. So we're deeply grateful to them. So with that, I want to hand it over to Jennifer Holman from ODHS, who's going to share more about how the past year has gone in Oregon and what
Thanks. So, thank you everybody, and I'm still sort of floating from that experience before this, so we'll see how this goes. Liz talked about the kind of ideas around access, engagement, navigation, support, and co-design. You'll see on here getting a little more specific around the flexible resources that also come with this effort from the Doris Duke Foundation. So we have $3 million over the next 3 years that go directly to families to support their economic and concrete needs. And what Oregon particularly was appreciative about the design of this with the Doris Duke Foundation was that none of that money goes to ODHS, but goes through community-based organizations directly to families. So we wanted to acknowledge the technical assistance providers that are supporting this work that we're doing. So we have the Government Performance Lab who are providing implementation support, some of whom are in this room, drinking their coffee right in front of them. And so we appreciate those folks coming in to kind of look at the whole design, help coordinate to some extent all the TA providers, and really work individually with the different groups in Oregon to make a really efficient process to support families and get flexible funding to them. We have Foster America, which Janine is a part, and we are super grateful to be working with Janine. She's incredible. Who are really helping with recruiting and facilitating for our lived expert advisory. Many of whom are in this room today and we'll hear from later on. So they are helping with that work. We have Think of Us that is working with us as well. They, in the beginning of the project, really helped with engaging communities to understand need. And now they are moving into supporting the process around designing the flexible resources and helping the organizations figure out how to get those that money to families as quickly as possible. You heard we have Chapin Hall for our evaluation. And we did want to recognize Impact Charitable, who is no longer working as part of Opt-in, but did do the initial work with our advisory around looking at our focus population, doing some of that really initial design, looking at data around need for families, and figuring out the who, what, and how. So we wanted to recognize those folks as well. So this is a 3-year initiative. We are 1 year into it, doing a lot of cross-site learning. We're excited to do even more of that coming up with the different states. They're all in different sort of areas of work that we are, so we're learning a lot from them, and I think they're learning a lot from us as well. So that's a nice opportunity to share. And then really looking forward to, in the fall of this year, starting to get those flexible funds out to families. So just to give a quick visual about what is happening here in Oregon. So the current state, right, as all of you I'm sure know, is folks in the community have a concern about a family. They call into the child abuse hotline, and most of the time the hope there is from those folks that families have their needs met. So the intention is you call the hotline and needs are met. Well, we know that the majority of the time that is not the case. So most of the calls that come in, a good amount of those calls are closed at screening. So meaning they don't rise to the level of sending those out to a child welfare branch for assessment. So they're closed at screening, and most of the time that's it. That's what happens. And so with this initiative and work that Oregon has been doing for quite some time is looking at how do we proactively reach out to those families and see what they need and be able to offer support around those needs. So right now, that's not happening to a large scale, only in a very small way. So what we're hoping to test through this demonstration site is that we can connect those screened out families to resources that they need, including navigation, economic supports, whatever it is that they express as the need right then. So really trying to understand what's the best way to reach out to those families and help them with their needs. So really we want to improve, obviously, outcomes for families that come to the attention of child welfare in a closed-it screening call. And like Liz referenced, really generate evidence that this is one way, I want to emphasize that this is one way that we can support families. This is not the only way. This is one way that we can look at figuring out different points of need for families and coming in proactively to support those families. So that's the hope of this work. Now specifically here in Oregon, what that's looking like is you'll see up on the screen that in Portland, so we're working in 2 areas of the state, in Portland and in Klamath Falls. So in Portland, a reporter will call into the hotline, and that if it's a closed-at screening, then that closed-at screening will be referred to LifeWorks Northwest, which is a community-based organization who has been doing this for about 20 years on a very small scale. So they have folks with their organization that proactively reach out to families and offer navigation and other supports. In Klamath Falls, it's a little bit different. So in Portland, it's a community-based organization. And in Klamath Falls, someone calls into the hotline, it's a closed-at screening. And those families are referred to the self-sufficiency program, which is our TANF and jobs supporting programs. And they have a role there called the family coach. And those folks proactively reach out to families and offer supports and navigation as well. So we're looking at both referrals through a community-based organization and through ODHS family coaches on the self-sufficiency side. And it's not whether one is better than the other, but really looking at what works about both of those opportunities for families. And both of those, I'll just emphasize again, have been happening for quite some time in Oregon. And we have our TA providers coming in to help create efficiencies, to really build systems to collect data that doesn't entail hand counting things and putting them into spreadsheets. So that's been really helpful, and also helping us understand how to increase engagement with those families. So really bringing together folks who have experienced those systems, understanding from families who took part in the support, and those families who did not. And why did they, and why didn't they, and what could be helpful in that system. So that's what we're working on here in Oregon. So again, another part of that is the flexible resources to meet those concrete needs. So it's that $3 million over 3 years, so about $1 million a year to move out to families. And what our Lived Expert Advisory has worked on so far is identifying the areas that this will happen and what the focus population is for this work. And so that group looked at a lot of data about where the closed-it screenings were coming from, where the highest rate of closed-it screenings were, who were the groups of folks that were reporting most, and of those groups who had the most calls being closed-it screening. So they have identified those areas. We have 5 zip codes that we're looking at that have the highest level of closed-it screenings. So that advisory has really said these are the folks that we want to help right now with this demonstration. And the next part of it is really then deciding how. So how does the money get to families? How much gets to families? What does that amount look like? All of those different things. So we do have a lot more decisions to be making and moving forward. So I wanted to really emphasize the lived expert part of this work because for me, that is one of the most important parts of this demonstration, is really understanding this partnership and how does a huge governmental organization that historically and currently has harmed and continues to harm families and children and communities work together to move forward with what's best for families. And I'm just going to be totally honest and say it's really, really challenging. It's really challenging. And this advisory, again, many of you are in this room, we have had some really great moments of coming together and making decisions, and we've had some real struggles. And that's all part of it, is learning how to do this together. So I'm not going to stand up here and say that it has been all roses and sunshine, because it hasn't, and that's okay, because we continue to stick with it and with each other and learn from each other. So I appreciate that and really look forward to a time when we have a structure in Oregon where there is an authentic, transparent, really crucial relationship that has folks who have experienced this system telling the system what it needs to do and how it will work best for families. And so that's what we're looking forward to thinking through and building. So this slide is demonstrating some of the areas that the Lived Expert Advisory has been working on in the flexible resource design. They've also been supporting some of the mandatory reporting work, recognizing that that also is a crucial area that if we're really going to change some systems, that we need to look at that over-surveillance and mandatory reporting of families. And how do we move that into this term that we all hear a lot now, mandatory supporting, right, where safety is also held within communities. There's professional development opportunities, and then again, the long-term sustainable advisory structure that we're really interested in putting in place here in Oregon. So I wanted to end our time here with you all by sharing with you a quote from Justin Powers, who's in the room somewhere. Is Justin?
He just stepped out.
Oh, he's good. Because I was like, Justin, gotta go with me tomorrow. So I wanted to share this quote with you because I think it is really, really important. That a relationship of love and trust between parents and their children has been built through their entire life. No system, agency, program, or resource family will know a child like their own parents. And that is really Look at me, I don't know, I'm joining everybody and being like choked up for some reason. But that's really, really at the end of the day, what this is all about, is being able to keep kids and families together, even when they're struggling, and supporting them to be together as a family and work through things together rather than a system that says, if you really look at it, we're gonna have a parent over here, we're gonna have children over here, living in a place where parents have no idea where their children are or who's putting them to bed at night. And then we're gonna work separately with them, we're gonna bring them back together, and that's the solution. That doesn't make any sense. And so we need to move this system to one that keeps folks together. And so we're hoping that through this initiative with opt-in, that we can look at, again, one area of need for families where there's a signal that some need needs to be met. And using the resources that we currently have as an organization to try and address that for families, all the while continuing to push forward farther and farther upstream, so that we're keeping families and children as far away from the child welfare system as possible. So I appreciate you all being here and supporting that and thinking this through with us, and we're really excited for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Hey, how we feeling? How we feeling? Y'all good? All right, we work good with time, so just stand up for a second. Everyone just stand up. I know we got going, and then the ladies, they definitely took the anxiety out of my name. I'm not sure how y'all was feeling. So just kind of stretch a little bit, take a couple minutes, get some water, coffee, and then we'll continue to move on. So take a little time. Okay, I'm excited for this next speaker. I had the opportunity to meet him yesterday as we both were coming in, and we had a long travel. And I've done a little research on him, and I'm just excited to hear his story. Very, very powerful voice. Our next speaker is a national voice in fatherhood advocacy. Someone who brings brilliance, wisdom, and lived truth to the work of uplifting male caregivers. Please join me in welcoming David Kozler, founder of the Commonwealth Center for Fathers and Families. Come on up, David. As the founder and chief visionary officer of the Commonwealth Center for Fathers and Families, David brings nearly 3 decades of leadership in strengthening communities through fatherhood engagement. His work tackles critical issues like education, violence prevention, and implicit bias, and has impacted thousands of families across Kentucky and beyond. He has earned numerous accolades, including the Governor's Lifetime Achievement Award and recognition at the 2024 International Families and Fathers Conference. Again, please join me in welcoming a visionary leader, Mr. David Kozler.
Good morning again. Good morning. So I consider on the program this next really hour and a half, a segment, the father segment, and I'm a portion of that. I think that they have it scheduled for have a 30-minute window, but I quite frankly want to very swiftly get to additional voices that are in the space that are fathers. So we'll jump in very quickly into some content. I always start, as many have identified, with gratitude and acknowledgement. So let me acknowledge some folks that have already been up and speaking, the partners and presenters and the fathers that are here. I added Matthew K. Wood, my Kentucky colleague that is here in the space, my traveling partner. Yeah, shoot it out. I want to acknowledge, I would add to that group of acknowledgements, the mothers, though I'm speaking of fatherhood, these sisters that opened our time up this morning on behalf of mothers, and your story of your mother absolutely resonated. I am a father. Yeah, let's salute them. Absolute father advocate, but first, always and primarily identify the importance of mothers in any good fatherhood work, program, approach, or movement. Very early on acknowledges the importance of mothers who have been in the gap and in the stead, particularly in certain cultures. So I appreciate mothers as much. Fatherhood and motherhood are not contradictory, contrary to popular belief in some settings. They're complementary. They were formed in that way. I'm trying to ameliorate the language of baby mama. I want you to take that out of your nomenclature if you're doing the body of work. The ladies, the women that bore, carried, and birthed our children are not baby mamas. They are mothers of our children, mothers of more than that. And I'm going to ameliorate the term baby daddy. I'm not a baby daddy. You know what I'm saying? It's much deeper than that. So I thank you for that opening and for the mothers. I also want to speak to the partners. Thank you for the sisters that presented already. There is an African proverb that says, you cannot hide the fire of the hut you set on fire. Can't have the smoke of the hut you've set afire. And for a systems leader to get up and acknowledge that they have done harm to families is the first step in healing. Another Ghanaian proverb says that you cannot conceal a disease and expect a cure. And so we are at a place where even systems and systems leaders and leaders like Doris Duke, Chapin Hall, the Foster America are able to call this systemic baby ugly. And that's not easy to call your own baby ugly, but it has been to some point. So I want to acknowledge them, those that have prepared the way. I would add to that list bacon. I want to express gratitude for bacon. I've been eating it like popcorn since I was sick. They said, they put some snacks out. I said, I've been snacking on bacon. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Kentucky. I know good bacon. That's good bacon. So shout out to bacon. That's right. But also gets her own box and highlighted. Shout out to Janine. I don't know her I've always regarded hierarchies, but I know when to identify the one that has put in the work. And this sister has put in the work. So let me also just tell you why you will see me using levity throughout this presentation and throughout my life, quite frankly. If it was not for levity, I would lose my sanity. So you had a spiritual presentation in sorts, and now you had a clinical presentation. This presentation is going to be more practical in many ways in context of fatherhood. And so I will want to tell you that please avail of the spaces to decompress and to do self-care, because I realize that this issue of fatherhood hits some deep spaces in many of us. Some of us that are fathers that are dealing with the challenges we'll speak of. All of us have fathers. The other terminology as you move forward in this body of work and you seek to infuse fatherhood, I would challenge you to remove from your vocabulary fatherless. Who in here is fatherless? I'm glad nobody, well, father may have been absent, but quite frankly, no one is fatherless. And so we know language matters, right? So fatherlessness is really not a condition one can possess. There is a condition which fathers were not at the stage of development, that they were involved in a positive fashion in the lives of us, but no one here is fatherless. In my tradition of spirituality, there was an immaculate conception, but that individual is not in the room carnate. There was only one immaculate conception. anybody else had a mom and a daddy involved, there'd be a lunch seminar called The Birds and the Bees if you don't understand that process. But there's always a mama and a daddy involved in the procreation of a child. And so no one is fatherless, so don't speak that over an individual and or child as if they've only got 23 chromosomes when they got 46. They come from two parents, nor speak it to an individual that there's only half of them existing. You exist in whole, there may be some parts that need to be healed. There's nobody that is fatherless. You are whole. There are just some elements that need to be healed. And that father element is a deep piece, and I want to get this acknowledged this morning, that's the work we're going to talk about. That's what I speak of. That's what I promote. That's what I advocate. That's what I feel like is a critical component for us delivering, if we feel like, or if we say we want to deliver holistic, comprehensive, full family services. The full family does, in fact, involve a father. That is a piece that we have not necessarily put in our approaches, program practices, paradigms, or pedagogies. I'm a Baptist minister, so you probably get a few alliterations. They just roll out. I'm sorry about that, but I hope it's all applicable. So why consider the Father? So the title of this, I'm just like, consider the Father. Consider the Father. The other gratitude that I didn't mention was these images are most recent images. So had I raised my hand and say, what am I grateful for? I'd be like, y'all's landscape and picturesque topography that is right outside my window of my room on the far left, not your far left, or me coming in on the plane. I don't know if I can contribute that. I think we're over Colorado or somewhere there, but I saw these beautiful snow-capped mountains, and now that I know some here are volcanoes, right? It was beautiful. I'm appreciative, and there's gratitude for that. And this morning, as the sunrise that welcomed me here in Oregon out my window. So I got some energy now, and I'll build my energy as the day goes along. So I'm from Western Kentucky, so it's like lunchtime for me. I know it's the morning for y'all, right? And so last night, while y'all were gearing up, kicking it, I was like on the way down, because I've been rolling since like 3 o'clock y'all's time, but I'm back. And so I woke up about 4 o'clock this morning, and I got to see all that, right? I got to see all of that, and I'm in gratitude for that. But I met a sister in the airport the other day, and Matthew was talking to her, and she said, yeah, we were having these late meetings, you were having the meetings here tonight, and she said to us, yeah, now y'all know how we feel when y'all have like 10 o'clock meetings back at your place, right? And I'm like, it's a bit of an epiphany for me. I'm like, I hadn't considered that. And so isn't this body of work, isn't our lives, isn't if we are on a mission to do the best thing for all of us, isn't it about considering others? It's about what we consider when we're planning, when we're moving forward, when we're strategizing, when we're distributing funds, when we're electing, when we're casting votes, when we're building paradigms for education and for systems. What are we considering? And so even this morning I shifted my presentation to fathers, their work considering. So why are fathers' work considered? Here's a quick metaphor. The quick metaphor is the lights are on in here. We don't really need them. We got beautiful natural light. But had we been more dependent on these this morning, if one light went out, what do? Change the light bulb. We got a room full of smart people. I heard y'all. You change the light bulb. That's what happens. If 2 or 3 lights go out on the other side, what do we do then? Change 2 or 3 light bulbs. What do we do though if like all or most lights go out? You might want to go to Tethro's maintenance man or somebody with a bunch of jiggling keys and say, hey, the lights just went out in the room and we need to find the source of the light energy. Or we need to go back and see what might be affecting several things simultaneously, several lights at the same time. I would submit to you that we would go to the breaker box. By extension, I would submit to you that father absence is a breaker box issue. We call it upstream in other language, right? those things that impact other things exponentially. Father absence is an upstream or a breaker box issue. We know that when you look at the things that we have empirically proven to be impacted by father absence. This is a short list, but it's a very comprehensive list. If child well-being is homelessness, and teen runaways, if 90% of children that are homeless or runaways are from father-absent homes, if 85% of homes under the poverty line are absent of a father, if addiction and substance misuse disorder is more likely to occur in homes absent of a father, or people from home absence of a father, if mothers and maternal health and infant mortality rates and maternal morbidity rates are reduced when fathers are engaged prenatally and early postnatally, if incarceration is lower when fathers are engaged, if human trafficking is reduced when the protective factor of a father is there, if this litany of things and all the things that you don't want to happen to someone that you care about, love, or is in your household or under your care is reduced when a father is present, is fatherhood not a breaker box issue? Is it not something worth considering? I don't believe in magic pills. I believe that there are healing factors in many different ways and places. Don't believe in magic pills, but I do believe that there are things that impact things simultaneously and exponentially, and fatherhood has been empirically proven to be one of those things. We got the book on it. We got numbers on it. They impact several different things. Fatherhood, here's another list of things. It's some information that we put out. Children are better, they perform better in school. And not only perform better in schools, more likely to get A's. They're at lower risk of chemical abuse. Their childhood obesity is reduced. Any number of things. I won't go on and on about that. Here are some statements about fatherhood and what it does and how it can help reduce negative outcomes, and how the HHS is looking at the body of work, and how fatherhood is considered one of the key things in the social decay that we're experiencing, and all the things that we're seeking to mitigate as families. Here are the numbers. About 17.8 million children across the nation are in home absent of a biological father. I want you to look at the demographic disaggregation of that just real swiftly to address it. And so about 1 in 3, or one out of 4 households are absent of a father in white children. It turns into about 1 out of 3 when we go to brown or Spanish-speaking or Hispanic households. When you look at black or African American, if you look at that diaspora, it jumps to 2 out of 4 or 3 out of 4 in some numbers you look at. Looks like an African American father is less likely to be there than he is likely to be there. I always footnote that because you've already heard some of the conditions that we're dealing with, and you'll hear me talk about it with specificity here at the end. In African American fathers, the very way that we collect data and the very way that we do the work and getting the numbers is somewhat biased, because it only takes into consideration when fathers are in a household cohabitating or in direct contact. We have new research emerging that says that an African American father is as likely or more likely to be engaged with their infant in clothing them, bathing them, changing them, doing their homework with them, or reading with them than their Hispanic or white peers, that they're more likely to do so. But it's the way we collect the data. So when you're talking to your partners at Chapin Hall, when we're talking to others, it's very important that those lived experience individuals are at the ground and development of your instruments and tools and your methodologies of research, because your very methodologies could be biased in such a way that it will reflect badly on one population, right? And so you can't ask folk for input after the fact. You got to get input in the beginning. That's why I appreciate spaces like this. So I always put that footnote. Even our federal government gets it. In 2018, they put out an informational memo for what it's worth to all departments that said that y'all need to figure out a consideration for the fathers when you're doing that body of work. And so here's where I'll end, actually, because I I knew my time was short, but I wanted to express this to you, and I actually want to give opportunity for any potential questions that individuals may have for me before we go into the panel, because I want to swiftly set myself down so other voices can be heard around this body of fatherhood work, because there's a lot of expertise in the room. I just happen to be on program at this time. So I'm part of a body of research in which we interviewed fathers. We looked at fathers over a period of time. We interviewed a group of fathers and about their interaction with various systems and social service systems. By the way, I could as easily be a lived experience consultant on this. I happen to have been in the work for just short of 3 decades, but my life has been commensurate to fatherhood work. I have 3 children. They are 26 and 21. Praise God for grown children. Hopefully next time I see you, I'll be praising God for not just grown children, but all gone children. One is grown, but he ain't gone. But the other 2 are grown and gone. But listen to what I said. I have 3 children, 26 and 21. What's the riddle? No, I don't. Fruits of my promiscuity, but blessings nonetheless, right? I would just tell you all of the story. My children, what is this month? Are we going in January, February, March, April? Are we in May yet? Tomorrow's May? Okay, so my children I'm terrible with birthdays. I forget my own, they have to remind me. My children were born May 23rd, May 26th, May 30th. So May is the gauntlet for me on birthdays, right? My 26-year-old daughter, my 26-year-old son was born on May 26th. My 26-year-old son was born on May 30th. If I can tell all my dirt now, Janine's already invited me, I'm in the program, so I can tell y'all the kind of scoundrel I am now. I think she already mailed me a check, so I'm good, right? So, 4 days apart. The conception date for a May baby is August. My birthday's in August, so I affectionately say, I don't celebrate my birthday no more. So I was living, right? So I've experienced child support, right? I've been in front of judges that have literally looked at me like I was some kind of demonic force because of that lifestyle I was leading that produced those children. Right? By the way, my 26-year-old daughter just purchased a house. My 26-year-old son has given me 2 grandchildren. He's working and living. My 21-year-old son, while he's not launched yet, he's working and doing well. Yeah, applause goes right there for my So I say that to say I'm lived experience. I've experienced child support. I can talk to brothers that feel like they've been biased by child support. I can talk to brothers that had their houses repossessed because of money trying to pay child support and the cars repossessed. And I've been involved with social services in various ways. So lived experience. So we did this research with fathers that had been known to the system, justice system, child support system, and child welfare system in Kentucky, what you call ODHS, Oregon Department for Health, for Family Services, ODHS? Yeah, we call CHFS, Cabinet for Health and Family Services. So we actually work with Cabinet for Health and Family Services currently. And so we did this body of work with these fathers to look at their interactions. And we've written an article based on the conclusions. And this is just the abstract here. And you probably can't see those words. But what we came up with is terminology. That's my time. I said it at 20 minutes, not 30 minutes, because I know I have to tell myself early to stop. And so we said it, we called it penal welfare hybridity. It's the criminalizing of poor fatherhood through penal welfare hybridity. That's really a fancy way of saying compounded issues that fathers deal with. But in a nutshell, and if you read this statement, it says fathers face barriers through involvement with judicial, child welfare, and child support systems. These compounded challenges limit the father's ability to, I can't see from here, limit the father's ability to meet his own and societal standards for fatherhood. The penal welfare hybridization of the judicial welfare, child welfare and child support systems forms a multi-layered and interconnected challenges for fathers' involvement within systems. Policies and programs must center on father-inclusive practices and promote a cultural reframing of fathers' value and importance to their children. Findings reveal fathers of color face a disparate set of circumstances that further subjugates them to systemic mother favorability, gender racism, and over-criminalization. A lot of big clinical research words, but in a nutshell, I say it like this: fathers are seeking to be engaged, but there are barriers that we have to address in the way that our programs, policies, approaches, and systems are operated to this point. We are using an antiquated system that at one juncture actually did not consider the father. And this is not new information. We know we have child welfare systems that at one point said that if the father was engaged, you can't receive certain benefits. Social workers would go in the house, and if they saw a pair of size 13s, they'd be like, oh, you can't get a check. You got a man living here. You got the father living here. Our systems are counterintuitive to healthy family formation. And I'm not talking about that we have to have shotgun weddings, right? I'm not talking about a far extreme approach in which mothers and fathers have to be together, have to get married, but they do have to co-parent for the best opportunity for children. There are some mothers and fathers that have been in circumstances where they don't need to be together. But we call it focusing on Team Little. And Team Little is the child. That's the actual objective. And if the child is the objective, you have to co-parent in such a way that the child is the ultimate and optimal beneficiary. And likewise, systems need to develop systems in which both parents can be worked with where they are and brought to a place of development that they can be healthy and productive for the child. And so those things that we extend to one parent, we have to extend to others. We've had judicial systems where maternity was primarily, obviously established, but paternity wasn't sought. Custody was almost, full custody was almost by default, the majority of the time goes to mother. That's not always a bad thing, unless there is a father that is there beckoning to be a part of that child's life. And oftentimes there are fathers, but we're not pursuing them. Even if the mother and the father have a distressed sort of relationship, that child, and with our intervention, that child can be the thing that helps fuse that relationship in a positive way. We tell fathers that are in groups that like, I don't even like the mom of my child, I don't even like the mother of my baby, and I remind them you like them a whole lot, at least for a few minutes. And so what we need to do is work in such a way that we're empowering both parties. So at the end of the day, we have to be aware that systems need to be set up to be inclusive. So as I close, I want to just make certain that you know that when we're talking about fatherhood advocacy, we're talking about looking at policies, procedures, paradigms in the workplaces, pedagogies in the universities, approaches in hospitals, and child welfare systems, and how you can be considering the father in what you're doing. We're trying to introduce the adage, Matthew, of WTF. What does WTF stand for? You don't have to say it. It actually stands for, where's the father? Where's the father in your plan? Where's the father in your school plan? Where's the father in your plan for your corporation? Where's the father in your plan for your parent engagement? Where's the father in your plan in your OBGYN clinic? We want everyone saying, where's the father? We want everyone considering the father, because ultimately fatherhood is a children's program via the father. Thank you very much for having me here in Oregon. Thank you very much for the bacon. Thank you very much for the sunrise, and look forward for continued interface with you all. And hopefully we can dive deeper into it in some informal, if not formal times.
Let's see where we are now. Okay. So, got our next speaker, Clint Wilson, was graciously offered to share a piece of his personal journey with us. A lived story of growth, reflection, and fatherhood. Please welcome Clint to the stage. He's a devoted father, husband, and longtime advocate for family healing and fatherhood equality. Clint is a person in long-term recovery, celebrating sobriety since 2014. After navigating years of incarceration, addiction, and personal transformation, please welcome Clint.
Hi everybody, I just want to start out by saying I do best when I shoot off the cuffs and I don't like pre-plan, but I did have this piece planned because I thought that this room was going to be full of systems people, so I was going to do this when I first came. But now I just want to show you my painted nails. So where I'm going with this is I do have a slide show, I think. Let me see. This isn't my gig. Oh, it's right here. Yep, thanks. Boy, where do I start? I am a person in long-term recovery. I work with the Father's Advisory Board. I didn't feel anxious at all this morning, but now I'm starting to feel just a little bit anxious. I know that my walk has been long. I've been DHS involved a couple of different times. My children have two mothers, or two different mothers. I've been included the first open DHS case with the mother of my child. She went to treatment immediately, and I was never contacted or anything, and she reunified, case was closed, and that was it. The second time I had an open DHS case was where I actually had learned that I could even be a custodial parent. I thought that, at that point, I thought that all I could do is just have visitation with my daughter. That was like my best case scenario, and I just always wanted her to know who Dad was. Yes, okay, so this is my presentation that, and I'm going to say this, is I love when David said that, you know, every single person in this room has a mother and has a father. And I think that that is just something huge to think about. And I wanted to thank Jennifer for a time that we spent together. She was gracious enough because I asked her, you know, what was her relationship with her father? What did that look like? You know, good, good, bad, indifferent, or just what was the experience? And she was willing to share that. And God, that 80s dance music was killer that night too. But you know, I learned so much just in that time. And you know, I am someone that has had a lot of incarcerated time. So I feel like my whole walk, and it's always been this way until I finally reunified with my children, and I thought that everybody in the room was the police. I don't care who you were, even some of my friends were the police, but let me move forward to this. I'm kind of feeling scattered. So anyways, go Dads, first off. When I say Dad, when I say go, you say Dads. Go. Dads. Go. Dads. Okay, so this is right off the top. This is my youngest daughter, and I asked my daughter to say, you know, in a couple of sentences or something, just when you think of me, just what do you got? So this is what she came up with. It's pretty cute. I call this is of my niece, but I've been so lucky to. I've had her in my household for the last 7.5 years, and she's my daughter too. You know, I mean, she is that kind of girl, and I love her. So this is a statement from my niece, and you guys are gonna like this one. This is from my eldest here. funny part is she's right. But anyway, so this is at my house, and you know what? I'm really fortunate that all of y'all are here because you know what? I feel really lucky in this time and in this space with y'all that, you know, I want to believe, if nothing else for hope reasons, is if you think shit happens, park right here with us. You know, there's so many spaces and gaps and services and things that, you know, this is how I feel like we get it done, right here with all of us and the collaboration and just all the things. So this is just some family pictures. That's me and my mom and me and my dad, and that's the only picture I have of my dad. My dad was an absent father. I'm not fatherless. I love that. I love the 70s shorts that he has on. Those are. But look at me, you know. I was ready and I was happy, you know. And I know that there's some more of me, you know. Some more growing up, started playing some sports. This is where it started getting weird. But this is exactly where my father left, and this is where I love what David was speaking about. This was like the catalyst in my life where things started, you know, getting a little crazy because my mom couldn't manage someone that probably had all kinds of trauma just in that situation alone. That I lived in Seattle, and I hit the streets of Seattle at a young age, and so yeah, I evolved going that direction. So here's a picture of me with both of my daughters 2 different times. My oldest, or eldest, is down on the far end, and then this is my youngest. That's me in active addiction. That's me where I wanted nothing more than to be a dad, but I just didn't have any idea how to do that. I didn't know what that looked like. I didn't know. Yeah, I was just in a bad spot. So I got this, and then I ended up with the incarcerated picture. But Janine, also, I just want to give a huge shout out to her too, man, just for all of it. Thank you, just for this opportunity, man. I'm so grateful for you. We went to in Klamath, we went to training on trauma, and this is where, like I told you earlier, I thought everybody was the police, right? Well, I sat right next to a police officer, and I got the opportunity to ask a lot of questions. I got to have clarity with so many different things, you know, and where I kind of wanted to put those 2 pieces together is because, you know, in times past, I didn't want to have anything to do with the police. But here I am now moving forward in this place in my life, potential spam. Anyway, but where I'm going with this is, you know what, for us to collaborate, sometimes it means that we have to work with the people that we don't necessarily see eye to eye with, we don't agree with. We might have some pushback, you know, and I'm just going to off another direction. Akila, I just want to say thank you so much for being my friend and pushing back with thoughts and suggestions and thoughts that this crazy head goes through, but pushing back because it just opens me up to just different perspectives and different things. So thank you. So anyways, yeah, cops and me. This right here is when I had my second open DHS case. That's the little girl that when I found out I could be a custodial parent, that I was whipping the horses underneath me. And that's my friends in treatment, but that's what I was focused on was, well, there's one picture of my oldest daughter up there. That was her first day of school. But I kept my eyes on that prize because once I learned I could be a custodial parent, I wanted nothing more than that, nothing. I didn't think that was a possibility for me, but man, I wanted that so bad. And the mother of my child, she was going a different direction, and broke my heart, you know, with the separation, a lot of false accusations, a lot of things. So my heart was broken, but at the same time, you know, I was resentful, not saying good or bad, but I was resentful, and I wanted to reunify my kids so bad that I wanted to say to babies, or to the mother of my children, and be like, you know what, I got my kiddo back, and you know, you could go for that. That was early though, that was way before growth and all the things. But yeah, that was my open DHS case, and that's what I was really working really super hard for. That right there is July 26, 2015. That's when my daughter came home for good. That was after 15 months ODHS care, and that's a resource parents. And yeah, that was the day when my ODHS case closed, and you know what, that's when I started to be a full-time dad, and just for that, I'm just so grateful. You know, when things are good, they're amazing, and when things are hard and tough, they're still amazing, but I don't like them very much. Anyway, so moving forward, these are just some pictures of me and my family moving forward. We just, yeah, man, it's priceless. There's some more pictures. So, oh, that's right. I put that one in there. Yeah, that is you know what? And here's the thing: is you know what? I get to raise 3 girls. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that's odd and difficult. And this right here is from the Father's Advisory Board. My time's running really short. This is another member. Yeah, quote. This is another slide from the Father's Advisory Board when we present. You know, and talking about, you know, biases and stigmas and racial disparity. I mean, they're just on and on and on. And so my big goal in this whole process is I want to see a treatment facility created for fathers and their men, or fathers and their children. And a big area for us is with data. Data is always like this huge thing. And so I've got a couple pieces of data for y'all. Data, we are 50th in the nation to access to treatment. Number 1 per capita for need for SUD treatment. There, as it stands right now in the state of Oregon, there are 375 beds for mothers with their kiddos where they can access SUD treatment and reunify with their kiddos while they're having a open DHS case. And there are 10 for dads. So as far as just working towards just some equity, dads need more services and need more help, period. Here's another one. We got data from D2, which is in Portland, for total reunifications between January of 2023 and June of 2024. There was 241 reunifications, 142 went to moms, 70 went to fathers, and there were 29. And so dad showed up over half of those reunifications, and that's without the treatment facilities and the beds that they have up there. So I just want to say that. And I also work as a parent mentor, and since I've been working there, I've had 42 confirmed reunifications. 26 were with dads, 4 were with more mothers, 12 for the family, but 7 of those 12 went to dads first. I have 12 unknown. I have 2 that went to adoption, and I've had 2 dads that have passed due to overdose from opioids. And so the last thing I guess I could say, these are just a couple of our wins. These are from the FIT collaboration. Here just as of recently. Then what can you do? I've got just a couple of things really quick, and I got to end this. I've got one that says that for me, I wanted equity within systems, period. Check with your own biases with your workspaces. Don't judge dads based on what you read on paper. Dads grieve different. Get to know a dad. Change is always possible. Dads are half of kiddos' parents. Treat us as such. And we are not second choice. We are number 1 with mothers. Our children are for with our children just the same. Go dads, of course, because go dads. Empower and educate, lift fathers up and let them know that they are welcome. Also, advocacy for men and dads and placement into kids' lives and future, where conversations around dads wanting to be parents. And Michael had one more ask as far as these 4 questions I had for the crowd. Go ahead, Michael.
I was going to say, as a father of girls, child welfare and my parole officer helped me advocate to have my daughters be in an all-male Oxford house to be in there. So helping dads advocate to have their daughters in home housing, in all-male housing, helped me. So that,
Working with us.
Yeah, living with us in our home.
Yes. So it says, you must do, partner with dads here to change the availability, accessibility, and quality of treatment facilities so fathers can stay with their family. And what you must do also is be transparent with your data and fund peer-led treatment services for fathers so fathers can stay with their family. And now, I guess my presentation is... Go ahead. These are just a couple of snapshots of a couple members here.
One more round of applause. So we're going to roll right on into it. So this is a really powerful portion of the conference here. So now we move into a panel, a segment. So we have a panel of fathers and male advocates who are not only raising their voices, but also raising the bar for what's possible when men lead with accountability and love. So I'm going to call out these men and just come on up and have a seat. Make sure you follow instructions, okay? Terrence Rawls, please come on up. Justin Powers. Dwayne Kolowski. Did I say that right? Clint Wilson is here. Michael Simmons. And David Kozar. Let's check those microphones and see if they work.
So my name is Dwayne Kowalski. I am a parent mentor in Multnomah County. My clean date is June 16, 1992. By the grace of God, this coming June I'll have 33 years clean. I've been a parent mentor for 10 years. I worked with fathers with Iron Tribe for 3 years prior to that. I have an amazing, beautiful wife that supports me in everything that I do. And I have 7 children and 6 grandchildren. Oh, and he, him.
They pronouns. They don't need pronouns, but okay. Pass the mic. Yes, sir.
Well, hello, I'm Justin Powers. I am a father in long-term recovery as well. My claim date is 7/2015. I have a little that is the day I took a chance. I went into detox and went into a residential program after that, and it's just been one wild, beautiful ride ever since. Yeah, I have a 10-year-old at home that I get to have with me, and I've had him since right after his first birthday. He is a senior red belt in Taekwondo, and that's a big deal. He has some sensory challenges and a couple extra needs that it's just an amazing gift to be able to walk through that process with him. I made myself available for a little girl that I believe is my daughter. Put the ball in her mother's court, and hopefully someday I'll be able to elaborate more on that one. So, yeah, go Dads.
Hey everybody, I'm Michael Simmons. I'm a dad in long-term recovery. My clean date's August 17, 2012. I'm a national advocate with Casey Family Programs. I can meet Casey. I also work with the Birth Parent National Network. Let's see, a little bit about me is I was raised in an extremely racist family. So not only am I in recovery from alcohol and substance use disorder. I'm also in recovery from racism. So I get to become, I'm also an advocate against racism. So I get to be an ally against racism, and I get to be an ally about how we get to change things about recovery and substance use disorder. And I get to teach my kids something different. And I get to advocate nationally about how we get to change systems and how we get to do something different for our black and brown children in the systems. And I get to do it on a national level on how to change the child welfare system. And so that's what I get to do today, because I decided to make a choice back in 2012 and change my life. When I woke up and said, I'm not going to put a needle in my arm anymore, right? And so I have 2 daughters. I have Angel and Kennedy, who are 30 and 27. And I have a little granddaughter named Skylar who has special needs, who could be on the autism spectrum right now that we're trying to learn. And I get to work with her today and do something different with my life. And I get to be a part of my community. I get to help change lives. And I get to show them that this is what the help looks like, right? No matter what I've done in my past, no matter what things I've done to harm other people in my life, those are lessons that are learned, and those are lessons that I get to teach people from my mistakes, and I get to show people something different.
Thank you.
Wow, I'm trying to think, how do I come, like, what do I say? So, hey everybody, I'm Terrence. I'm just here, glad to be here. I'm a proud father of 3 from Portland, and I'm just glad to be here. I'm glad to be in this space as a black male in this space to bring my experience to the table.
My clean date is, Clint Wilson, my clean date is 5/30/2014. One thing that I wanted to say, because 10 minutes is enough and I like to talk a lot, so. One thing I could say is, you know, with my 12-year-old daughter, this is the best feeling in the world, is every single night since when she first reunified with me and came home, she expects a kiss and hug before she goes to bed, right? All the way to this day, in fact. And let me tell you what, if dad's a little bit slow or dad's doing something different, my daughter turns into I won't say it, an effing tyrant because she wants that kiss and a hug before she goes to bed, you know, and every single night, whether dad's a little frustrated with Kennedy, that's her name, or whatever it is, she always gets that kiss hug, and you know what, that is absolutely priceless to me, so.
Thank you, Clint.
David Cozart met me earlier. I introduced myself as Chief Visionary Officer. I probably should introduce myself as Keisha's husband, and Destiny, Zach, and Damon's father, and Convening, and Legend's G-Daddy. So many people have talked about their journey in substance misuse. We're doing embodied work that I truly believe that we're going to be able to standardize fatherhood in substance abuse treatment facilities and communities, because if you ask these men, they would likely tell you they were drinking, sticking, popping, whatever was going on, oftentimes with that desire of wanting to be a father in mind. I believe that every father has a hole in them shaped like a couple things. They're creative and they're children, and you try to blunt those with those things. So we believe that fatherhood curricula in recovery will help increase recovery capital and reduce relapse. So appreciate being here.
Right on. So what we're going to do is we'll ask a series of questions, and we'll have some people from the audience. So I'll have the first person ask the question. So stand up, name, pronouns, and you can ask the first question. And this question will be for Justin and David.
Hello, my friends. My name is Akila, she, her pronouns. My question is, can you share your personal experience as a father navigating the child welfare system?
Wow, that is a good question. It's always a pleasure to see you, Akila. My personal experience in navigating the child welfare system. First, I want to start off by I didn't know what I was doing or how anything to approach. I didn't realize that there were multiple systems wrapped up in one. I didn't realize that there's a CPS, permanency, I didn't realize that their absence also could leave an impact on my life and my family and what my relationship looked like with my son. I didn't know that I had rights. I didn't know that I had a voice. I didn't know that I had the ability to actually step up and be a dad. Some of my challenges were that I didn't think that I deserved to be a dad, and it was a personal journey that I had to go through. My experience was long-term drug use and just being crazy on the streets, getting in bar fights, you know. And so with child welfare, I knew who I was, and I didn't know who they were. And they didn't tell me who they were. That was one of the biggest problems. They didn't explain themselves. When it came to my CPS worker, my case opened up the day my son was born. And I thought I had an arrangement to visit my son because I was at the hospital. I thought I had an arrangement to see my son on a Monday. He was born on a Friday. And I had a voicemail from a CPS worker. And I called Monday morning to be able to actually visit my son and go to his mother's house with her and her boyfriend, as agreed. And when I made that call, I was denied and told that I needed to deal with the state first before I would ever have that privilege. So I found the voicemail, called the person back, didn't get a call, didn't get a response. Called again the next day, called again the next day, kept calling, couldn't get a response. It was frustrating because I had a baby that I thought I had an agreement and an arrangement with. Child welfare wasn't present. They did not make themselves available to me. And by the time I finally did get a response was after I finally, on like the 5th day, called and told them a few things about themselves. They said that they needed to get involved so I could see my son. So navigating child welfare was extremely frustrating because I didn't feel like I had any support. The CPS side of things was just, there were times where I was managing my addiction really well, and I was able to kind of maintain, sort of speak, and I was able to be present in front of people and, you know, navigate that. But CPS actually closed my case or closed the assessment without even notifying me. Well, I still had my son's mother using this standard of you need to deal with the state first before you get to see your son. And so what I like to say when I talk to CPS workers is communicate, please. Let us know that we're actually humans and tell us if our case is closed. That's pretty good, you know, that's nice. Because the absence affected my relationship with my baby. And by the time things had escalated and spiraled due to other events, and I got court involved, I just didn't even know what was really going on and how to navigate it. I had to actually go to family court to get visitation with my son and have a judge sign off that way. And then getting involved with a permanency case, involved with a red flag case, the highest level of care, supervision. Actually, I will say, throughout my frustration and my spiral within my active addiction, I actually had a caseworker, complete opposite side from the previous one, motivate me. Took a fresh approach, looked at me as a human, said that she wanted to have a conversation with me and see me in person, not just over the phone, and actually sat me down and treated me like a human. I didn't see the point at the time because I was looking at some really intense charges and I thought I was going to prison, and I was like, this is stupid. I don't even know why I'm showing up. You know, I got a lot of stuff I got to settle out here before I go to prison. So I actually decided, I don't even know why I showed up, but I did. I showed up to that interview and she treated me like a fresh approach. She gave a fresh approach and treated me like a person. And it was during that meeting that she actually said, I don't think you're the one that did all these things that everybody's saying. You have a recommendation for a higher level of care for substance use treatment, because I've been trying to fake it an outpatient, have like something like 17 failed UAs. She was like, if you could get your shit together and go into treatment, you could get your son out of foster care. Whoa. That was a caseworker that did that. So it is possible. So I have mixed feelings around navigating child welfare. And then that person was who I needed, though. She kept me accountable. So.
to be clear, I have not had an open case, but I have been in front of family court. So personally, my interaction has been, had its challenges. When I was going back to child support for an adjustment that the mother of a non-custodial son asked, you know how they calculate it, it's just a numerical game. And so I was working like 3 jobs, losing a whole day of sleep early in my career because it was around Christmas. And I got 3 babies, right? And so I got to be Santa Claus for 3. They pulled a time when I was working an unbelievable amount of hours. They were going to raise my child support like I don't. This is a very interesting thing, and I'll be very swift. Very interesting thing. The judge, who was a female, said to me, I'm not going to raise your child support. I had a house in foreclosure at the time, too. I'm not going to raise your child support from here to here, but I am going to raise your child support from here to here, so that's somewhere midway. And she says to me, if I go back in a few months and you're still working a second job, I'm going to raise it anyway. And I'm like, okay, but if I came down here and I wasn't working, and if I came down here and I wasn't home trying to take care, so again, those sorts of decisions that are counterintuitive to the family formation. Fast forwarding from a professional, systemic, collaborator, community organizer standpoint, who now works with the system at state level and even federal level, I realize that there are many people, many women in the system that have challenges in the biases from their own life experiences, but from an asset-based standpoint, there are many men and women in the child welfare system that are seeking to get it, right? That are seeking to grow in their experience, that are seeking to overcome their bias on things, and are working to infuse fatherhood engagement. And then all child welfare workers don't have a tail and horns and a pitchfork, right? There are plenty of good people in the system and persons of peace that are working to infuse fatherhood into the paradigm.
Thank you.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank you guys for being here. I know it takes a lot of courage to do this, so thank you for being here. The question that we have is for Clint and Dwayne. What are the biggest challenges fathers face when trying to stay connected to their children during child welfare involvement?
You want to start? Go ahead,
Well, I can say for self, I know that now that on the professional side, getting to see or work with dads specifically that have open cases, I noticed that they're just not. I mean, there's just not services for fathers the same as mothers. I know that with an open DHS case, the case is generated in the mother's name, and oftentimes the mother is interviewed first, mother's family then, and then they put in the work of finding dad. Well, kind of like what I said in my presentation is, you know what, I'm not second choice. I want to present, and I want acknowledgement from the very beginning with case planning, and that doesn't always happen. Again, I'm not second choice. I'm first choice with mom, whether we're together or not, but I want to be at the table from the very beginning. I want the same access to the same services. I want the same equitable piece to navigate the ODHS system. There are so many biases and stigmas already set in place that, I make jokes about DHS being the 1942 model. Well, we have, since my open case 10 years ago till now, we've moved it up to about 2012. I'm maybe pushing it, 5, 6, but I'll say 12 or 13, but we're in 2025, you know what I mean? And things are different today, and dads are, I got a full caseload, and have had a full caseload the entire time I've worked as a mentor, because there's dads that want to be nothing more than dads. They just need help. And they want the help, they're willing, they're, all the things, they just, we just lack on the services for that. And I know with the biases and the stigmas and things like that is, if you look around the room when you go into most ODHS offices, it's mainly women, and I know that there are barriers and things around, reaching out to a father, because our fathers get addressed as aggressive or angry or abusive. And again, back to what I'm feeling like Dwayne is going to say, you can't always base a father on what what's on paper, because you meet them one time and they probably think something totally different. So, I'll let
So, I absolutely agree. One of the things I talk about all the time is if you can't judge somebody off of paper, if you got my report off of paper, you wouldn't see me. One of the things I talk about is like when, first of all, CPS went in and took my children from their mother, and that was because SWAT raided the house. And I got a phone call from a mutual friend. I didn't get a phone call from a CPS worker. I got a phone call from a friend that had happened to be driving by when it all happened. And my friend told me that my children had been put into a DHS car. So I automatically get on the phone because I have no idea who I'm supposed to call. So I called the CPS or the Child Welfare Hotline. This is who I am. This is what's going on. This is what I was just told going on. What's going on with my children? And I was told that the caller had never had a call like that before, but she took my information down. I was quite adamant about that. And I got a phone call from the CPS supervisor the next day, which was a Saturday. And I got told that I had court on Monday. Again, I still didn't get a call from a CPS worker. Nobody talked to me. What it did ended up happening was I showed up at court, and what I was informed by my lawyer was when CPS walked in and talked to my children's mother, she told them my name. I told them that she had no idea how to get a hold of me. And it didn't matter because I didn't have a relationship with them and I was a deadbeat dad. I hate those words, deadbeat dad, because I'm not. And I got to, talk to my dad, I pulled out my phone and I had just gotten a text message 2 days prior from the mother of my children asking me for money for pictures. So I knew she knew how to get a hold of me. I've always made myself available for my children. And then we went into court and I had a home. I had a job. I had a huge support group. At that point in time, I had 19 years clean. And the judge looked at the CPS worker and was like, so why are we not placing the children with dad? And the CPS's response was, because we were told he doesn't have a relationship with them, and we need to find out what that looks like. So I was made to do 2 supervised visits, and then I got to do community visits, and then my children were placed with me. And that was over a month period of time. But it's, the big thing is I'm not who I am on paper.
Right.
I am also, dads grieve differently. I love it when Dad Clint talks about that. Anger is a secondary emotion usually used to cover up fear or pain. What's really going on, right? And for me, when I get angry, usually it's because somebody hurt my feelings, and I don't want people knowing they hurt my feelings, right? But when I expected the CPS worker to tell me my kids were coming home, and she told me that they weren't, my CPS worker was 5 foot nothing. I stand 6'2". And when she told me I wasn't getting my children, I stood up and I lowered my voice and I said, what do you mean I'm not getting my children? at that point in time was automatically labeled aggressive, and that label followed me the entire days. You know, and if you get to know me, I'm not really, I can get passionate. I can get passionate, but I'm not usually aggressive. But I got that label, and it followed me, and I was never ever able to finally talk to somebody one-on-one ever again. They always had to have 2 to 3 people in them. You know, so, you know, getting rid of the labels and or making sure that you talk to the people and not just read about them on paper.
Thank you.
Afternoon, so I have the next questions. Donnell, you should have never gave me a mic, you know better than that. Afternoon, everyone, I'm D'Artagnan Calleran. I'm a vice president of an organization called 1803 Fund, which is working to rebuild Black traditional community of Alabama in Portland. I am myself an alumni of foster care systems and spent 2.5 years in Oregon foster care system way back in the old days of CPS in the 80s. Proud alumni, my sister and I. My mother got clean and sober, went on to finish college herself, and went on to work for CPS in Vancouver, Washington. I share my story to say that people and families can change if given the right resources. So thank you, fathers, for being here. As someone myself who started doing fatherhood engagement work in 2005, I'm glad Donnell asked me to ask these questions. So these questions are for Michael and Terrence specifically. So 2 questions. 1, what policy or practice changes would make the system more equitable and supportive of fathers? So I'll repeat that. What policy or practice changes would make the system more equitable and supportive of fathers? And then secondly, how can communities and service providers better advocate for fathers' rights and involvement? I'll read that second one again. How can communities and service providers better advocate for fathers' rights and involvement? Terrence and Michael. You know, I'm gonna be really honest, I'm gonna keep it real. Going to spaces as being a Black male, as being having a baby on his hip, a child on his hip, having a child on my back. When you first go into these spaces, DHS, and they ask you, well, where's the mom at? I'm the mom and the dad. What are you talking about? Where's the mom at? This is it. This is what do you mean? And so, and they get to looking around and asking like, well, what's going on? Like, what's going on? The white woman came up here, you gave her services, but the Black man, you see a child right here on A, and a child on B, and a child on C. What do you mean? I'm here for services. So I think that first frontal, when you walk into for services, I think that we need to address that first and foremost. That first client relationship needs to be addressed. When you put me in the box as in the mama's in the car getting high, the mama's out on crack. No, I'm here with my kids. We trying to get resources. We trying to get help. We trying to get what we can get. This is me and my kids. I'm here. And when I transitioned to Portland, it was I'm gonna be real with you guys. It was a horrible experience. Going through DHS, going through trying to get food stamps, trying to get what we can get because it was a Black man with 3 kids. It's like, whoa, is the mom? What did you? Is this a DV situation? Hold on, wait a minute now. Can I have my truth? Can I have my space? Can I have my opportunity to present me to talk to you about me and my kids? I wasn't given that. I was not given that luxury. I was automatically deemed as if the mom was out on crack, the mom was in the car getting high, or I didn't beat the mom up or something like that. And in all actually, the mother had passed away 4 years ago. And we was up here just trying to just make it, to survive. So I think going back to the base foundation, that whole front part needs to be addressed. when we come into the services, when we come into trying to utilize services, to have that initial, to build that foundation up with truth, and to have honesty, like, can I trust you? Can I trust you to pour myself out to you about me and my kids, me and my babies, you know what I'm saying? Not to go and sell this and sell that and to steal this and steal that. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't have a recovery day. That's not my story, but I'm okay with that. But I applaud those that have recovery days. God bless you, but I don't have a recovery day. But I do have some other days
Right.
But moving forward, can we just talk about meet me face head on first, and to give me these that I'm here for, and not put these stigmas on me, like, where is she locked up? Like, what did you do to her? And I'm speaking as a black male in a white space. Every space I've been to, and this is my truth, and I don't apologize about this. I walk into a white space. Every single time I walk into a white space as a black male with 3 kids on my side. Well, my kids, they older now, you know what I'm saying? We're in a better space, but when I first came to Oregon, it was me and my kids in the white space, and I was advocating for myself and trying to get these resources, but they was not given to me because I'm a black male with 3 kids. So I think it needs to start at the face front with the whole, have that initial assessment, that initial intake. Hey, how can we help you? Hey, like, what's going on? Instead of asking, where am I at? What you mean, where am I at? You tell me where she at. But anyways, but yes, I think that needs to start there at that whole forefront. Like, gain my trust so I can trust you, because we all do direct services. When you build that whole trust foundation with your client, everything is going to come out. It's going to pour. It's going to pour out. It's going to pour out. Right. And the more they pour out, the more you can help them. And that's when the wraparound service come in. So yeah.
So I'd like to kind of piggyback exactly off of what he said. You know, as a single father, right? Like, I remember when CPS came to my house, and they told me I had 24 hours to clean my house up, right? As a single father with no mom, they wanted to come and search the house, see where the mom was at. They wanted to see if I had it locked up in the house. They wanted to know about domestic violence. They wanted to see what was going on. You know, a single dad with 2 little girls, the house was trashed, trying to figure out what's going on, right? And I could only imagine if I was a man of color, right? Trying to go in and get services. And so I went in to try and get services, trying to get food stamps, all that stuff, and they turned around and they were just telling me, like, my car was too much because it was too new, right? So I couldn't get food stamps because the year of my car was too close to the year of the date. I think it was like 2006. I was trying to get food stamps. They told me I couldn't get them, being a single dad with 2 kids, because I was a father with the kids, because the mom wasn't involved. And so I think, yeah, absolutely, looking at what we're doing, facing what it looks like. One of the biggest questions I remember that was never asked of me is, what happened? What did we miss, right? It's not what's wrong with you, but it's what happened to you. Right. What did we miss? How can we help you? What do you need to get better? And I think that's where policies come in, right? It's like the policies are always looking at, like, what is wrong with you, and how do we look at going, how do we change the policies to fit the systems to make sure they can always form to fit what the state needs in order to make sure that state can get the money to try to help the families. But why not critique what we need these systems to be, to make sure the families have the services they need to make sure we can fit into what the state is asking us to do, right? And so I think it's all about building these communities, right? What is it like? You know, I think you build an entire apartment complex for families, right? Those are the kind of policies and procedures we need. Like, you build an entire apartment complex that starts out with, you bring your families in, where you start out, you teach them how to live, from washing clothes to cooking their meals. You have childcare on site. They're there for 6 months. From that, they go into another section. That section leads them straight into what it looks like to getting employment, going to childcare, what that looks like
like moving out into the community, getting full-time employment, like teaching people how to live and do something different with their lives. We can't expect people just to sit there and say, oh, here's what you're gonna do. You got 3 kids, you're new to this state, here. We're gonna just say, no, you can't get anything. No, like here is a community you can go to where we can lift you up, we can build you up, and we can say, look, you're gonna be successful here. We wanna raise this so our community can be able to continue to live. And we have to do it where it starts. It starts with our children, it starts with our parents, and it starts with our fathers, frankly. I think a lot of the times when we look at it, the fathers that we start to talk with, I was on Facebook, and there's a Facebook fathers group, and there's these fathers that you can reach out to now that have these groups that allow us to reach out and start talking to each other, to have play dates for like 3 to 6 year old kids. Like, who would have thought, right? And that's building community, right? And that's in Portland, but it's moving out to Salem. How else can we build that somewhere else to build that? We have to build a village to raise our children in order to continue to keep moving. And I think that's where this opt-in starts, to continue to grow. And if we can all keep building this community, we can all continue to grow together.
I'm here with Project 48. I've got the final question, and it will go to David. Why is it critical to include fathers with lived experience in child welfare reform conversations? And I'll repeat that question. Why is it critical to include fathers with lived experience in child welfare reform conversations?
If we truly want to do comprehensive family services, it's the answer is as simple as the question sounds. It takes fathers and mothers to make babies, and we know empirically and qualitatively that when fathers and mothers and other caretakers, right, are positively engaged with the child, that child's likelihood of positive life outcomes are increased exponentially. If we truly be in the business of seeking to improve child outcomes, and I believe by extension family and community and the overall human condition, then we should include all humans that are available for that. And fathers want to do that. That's another answer to that question. Why should we include fathers? Because fathers yearn to be included. They have not been included holistically heretofore. There was a sister named Kimberly Jones, I think was her name, and she said, the Black experience. Shout out to this brother that's a recovering racist. Shout out, brother. I appreciate that. I hadn't heard that. I appreciate that acknowledgement, quite frankly, that it's needed. But she said, you ought to be glad that the only thing Black people want is equality and not revenge. You should be thankful that folks want equality. She also said that on women. You should be grateful that women only want equity and equality and not revenge for those things that had happened. So I offer this. We should be glad that fathers only want inclusion and not retribution, not revenge, not any sort of restitution for that which has been neglected to this point. And by the way, we can be idiots. Let's put that in there. That needs to be said. And when you create your spaces, fathers, we hold one another accountable, right? You know, there are likely some jackasses among us here. That is the case. So we hold people accountable, but we want to be included, and that's all that's being sought. So why should we include fathers in the work? It's right and it's best.
Is there anyone else wanting to ask a question? Absolutely.
Okay, this is going to take y'all in a whole new direction. I'm a woman, I'm Italian, and I'm a lesbian. On my paperwork for my 2 children who were given to me through IVF, the father is unknown and unknowable. And that is to protect my wife and I and our 2 children. So there isn't always a mother and a father. There's a mother and a sperm donor. There's two mothers, which is how my kids are raised, and they have permission, which they're now 18 and 21, to know their sperm donor, because I made that allowable for them. They have thus far chosen not to contact the donor. We have a big family, a lot of Italians, a lot of women, a lot of men, but no fathers for my children, and that's all good.
Somebody want to take that? Got 1 minute.
Very swiftly, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I was going to correct Clint when he said he's the mama and the daddy, because I've had to redirect many times over my 3 decades of work. Mothers would say they're the mama and the daddy. No one can be that in earnest. We can fulfill those roles, right? And so when we're talking about child well-being, it actually transcends politics, it transcends identity, it transcends race, gender, and ethnicity, and that we know any child is better off with as many healthy adults around them as possible, right? And so I started off, first of all, I preempted your comment, because I said there are idiots among us, because it sounds like what you're choosing to call a sperm donor, I call an idiot, right? And so, but if we look at biology, 23 chromosomes of that child, quite frankly, are that sperm donor's chromosomes. Whether we, how we nurture those and how those develop, that's different. You and your wife, I bless you. Those children, I bless. You're big, Italian, loud, probably family, not like black folk. I bless them, right? But the fact is, if we're focusing on Team Little, the healthy adults around them, whatever that composition be, that's what we're seeking to do. And we also want to give opportunity for folks, if they're a father, and if they get to a stage of development where they can be involved healthily and children pursue them as you've given the option, which I also admire. I think that's what we ought to see.
Well, I know we only have a minute, and those of you that know me are really crossing your fingers. But first of all, and at least it's not the uncrossed version Clint does. A couple things. Thank you for your courage. You know, alternative families are not talked about enough. What I want to highlight is we're all here to be children's champions. And the children's champions, and I think for this project Opt-in, where before you get involved with child welfare, there's a whole host of things after child welfare. We have the opportunity to really look for as many responsible adults for that child to be an advocate. And due to family circumstances, et cetera, sometimes that doesn't happen. Also due to state policy, we don't always say, let's go find both parents. We find usually the first parent and we go, that's good enough. And that's generally not good enough. We're trying to set the bar higher. I want to commend David in Kentucky. Him and others said in our opt-in screened out pathway, if we're going to reach out not just to moms, but we need to find the dad too. And that's important. Or maybe the alternative family, depends. But remember, it's a numbers game, right? Children want both parents. They grew up in our society, and both parents can be of the same sex. They can also be not married. They can also be big age gaps. They can be different races, right? They can be a lot of different things. But the one thing a child wants is to be loved by parents, not a parent or a substitute. And I want to end my comments with this. It's the challenge to state people in my former role is to look at the regulation and policies and have voices for what children want, not for different parts of the system and not what's easy. And I want to end this today with just saying, Clint and others, thank you for your courage, for sharing your stories, for challenging the system, because here's the thing, a lot of people in this room wouldn't sit at a table and discuss this. A lot of people who do the work don't always do it openly And the more that we do it transparent, and the more we do it for the children, the better off we're all going to be for the next generation. So thank you all for your gift today. I appreciate it.
Thank you again, gentlemen. So that takes us right to the doorstep of lunch. Fantastic first half of the day. If you need to talk with the ladies, if you feel triggered, make sure you get your self-care. I know a couple of people I talked to outside, it triggered them. But it was very powerful morning, and we're going to continue this moving forward in the next session. So thank you. Go get some food and relax a little bit.
No, Morris is a program. I would just do one. Okay, I'll do one. I just don't want to be blind.
That comes from the era where my wife says I look like Patrick Swayze. Yeah. Okay. I'm Dwayne. Nice to meet you. Yes.
I mean, and so yeah, it's hard.
It's time to go. Let's go. Good afternoon. We deepen our focus on advocacy, policy, and partnership. We'll hear from some voices shaping reform within government, and then ground back and lived experience to reflect on what real transformation looks like. But before we move forward, my good friend Clint would like to come up and address you one more time. He just loved y'all so much.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one last thing that I forgot to say, that I feel like it's so important for all of us in this room, but mostly me, is when I have an ODHS case, I had a parent mentor, and he, I was buying into everything that he was telling me at that time, and he looked at me, and this is the same for all y'all, he goes, Clint, you're gonna go a long ways. You know how I know? Because you got a long fucking way to go.
So this is the portion where my basketball coaching kicks in. I know everyone's a little tired. We've been doing this all day. We ate lunch, but I need us to finish strong. We gotta finish strong and bring this thing home. So moving forward, it is my pleasure to welcome two dynamic leaders from Foster America, Angela Lytle and Dr. Matthew Kaywood, who will share how advocacy from within systems can support those pushing from the outside in. I'm honored to welcome two extraordinary leaders who bring decades of experience and heart to child welfare reform. Dr. Matthew Kaywood and Angela Lytle, both jurisdiction leaders with Foster America. Dr. Kaywood is a licensed professional counselor, former child welfare administrator, and professor who has spent more than 25 years shaping the next generation of social workers within the fierce commitment of equity and community. Angela Lytle is a passionate advocate who has led change across both public and private child welfare systems. Always centering the well-being of children and families, her career reflects a deep belief in mentorship, collaboration, and transformation. Values rooted in her own as well as mother, wife, and soon-to-be grandmother. Together, they offer a powerful blend of wisdom, lived commitment, and systems knowledge that is helping to move our field forward. So let's bring these two ladies up. Dr. Caitlin and Angela. Sorry.
It is such an honor to be here today in front of you. And we're excited to just share a few words with you about our journey and how we've ended up here. Matthew and I have actually worked together a couple of decades. Did you hear that? Decades of experience.
She looks great.
You know, I have been blessed by an amazing career and a personal journey that has landed me where I am. And along the way, lots of people have been put in my path to teach me lessons, some of which have been really hard, all of which have been life-changing. And one in particular was a very, very long time ago when I was a new social worker out in the field. I started my career working as a clinician in a residential facility for young people who were placed through the child welfare or juvenile justice systems into residential care. And my friend Ernie taught me one of my very first painful lessons. And in his loss, tragic loss, I was sitting at his funeral. And this young man who had been all alone, fatherless, motherless, familyless, right? Through my work with him, all of a sudden this church was full of all of these people. And my first emotion was anger. Totally unjustified anger. And Miss Ellie, who was sitting next to me and Ernie's foster parent, put her hand on me and said, "You never sought his family, did you? You never invited them to be included in Ernie's family." And I was like 23 years old. That's what I did. And I have never forgotten those words or that lesson, because what I didn't do for Ernie was completely inexcusable. I don't care what you're taught in school. I don't care what you're modeled to. In our systems, that's not okay. And that from day one, every person we're in front of, you include, you search, you seek, you ask, you dig. You work your buns off, finding the people who matter to those in front of you. After 20 plus years in the child public sector, and I'm not going to say anything negative about that system, except that I didn't do what I could have done to the fullest extent. Did we make changes? Did we fight? Absolutely. And was the risk aversion and the self-protection and the defensiveness more than what I ended up having the tolerance to deal with? Yes. So now, what I get to do is learn from the additional angels in my life, like Heather Hansen, Nikita Cotto, right? Saying to me, inviting me to the table is not enough. When things get rough and when I challenge you, don't you back down. Don't you change your mind. Don't you say, I told you having lived experts at the table was going to be too hard. Don't we dare do that. That's going to make us better. That's going to transform a system, and it's going to change the lives of those we are working with. Don't back down. You step up. And in our steering committee in Colorado, I'll tell you who the loudest voices are in that steering committee now, and it's making meaningful change, is our lived experts, right? Our state leader, when I say to him, hey, you gotta step back a little.
Quit feeling like you have to have the first word. Quit feeling like and believing you have all the answers, right? You have answers, and you have an important voice, but you gotta step back and let the other voices guide what it is we're doing with true intentionality and genuine commitment and dedication to that. That's what's gonna transform these formal systems, right? And shrink the front door and expand the opportunities for healthy living and healthy children and healthy fathers and healthy mothers and grandmas, which I'm soon to be. And that too, every new role you take on just adds a layer to why this work is so incredibly important. And I just want to say thank you for your courage and your braveness in being here and speaking out loud and challenging formal systems like ours. Because together, I wouldn't be here decades later if I didn't believe it was possible. So thank you so very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh boy, I hope we have time for this. Thank you, Angela. And working with Angela, as you all can imagine, is a great benefit over all the years. And it's because of Angela, I'm in the job I'm in Kentucky, doing what Janine does here in Oregon. And I just first want to take a minute to say, Janine, way to go. The courage it takes to put on the first convening, the courage it takes to advocate for lived experience, the courage it takes to take on systems that are not, well, they stay in homeostasis. That's the fancy word for don't want to change. And Janine has put together a great group today, and we're all going to learn from this. I sure am. I've got to do this in Kentucky this fall. I'd like to thank a few other people too. I'm looking at Clint. I want to thank Clint and the other dads for their courage for coming up, because if somebody doesn't lead, there's nobody to follow. So you have to have leaders. Leaders lead. And Clint led today. David, I mean, so elegant. He's my birthday brother. He should know his birthday because we have the same birthday, David. I won't make you guess who's older, but or who's wiser. He's sitting down. Take a guess. The wise guy's sitting down and the older guy's standing up. I'd like to thank Liz Weiner from the Doris Duke Foundation. We're here implementing a pathway that has not been charted. So it takes courage to chart and do things that systems aren't used to doing, which is giving people who are called into a system an opportunity to get better without the consequences of entering the system. And systems don't generally handle people very well, like Angela mentioned, the young caseworkers that I've trained over 2.5 decades or led as a leader. I hope I led by example. But we all have examples of where we overgeneralized and spoke to a group and thought, let's just get to the easy answer because we've got to take care of this. And I'll go back to my comment before lunch. We do this for the children, for the ones that don't have a voice, that lays their head on the pillow every night, scared, alone, wishing for their room and their parents. And a couple people said to me out in the hall, hey man, these kids love their parents no matter what they did to them. So David set the stage for me to maybe knock the ball off the tee, Clint. I won't shoot 75, but maybe I'll break par with this one. And that is, we in government and those who operationalize state laws and regulations and have training centers and have new workers and people who are impressionable and want to do this work, we need to stand up like Angela said and say, we're going to do the right thing. And at 4:30, 5 o'clock, we need to make a removal because it's timely. No, maybe we need to fight that off and let that kid stay with that family another day. So we need to have courage and leadership to have partners at the table. Now, I want to commend Jennifer and her team in Oregon for allowing lived experience to be at the table. I said allowing because systems didn't allow that. It wasn't normal. And that opt-in has given the opportunity, and that the value system was here to have lived experience at the table is critical. It's much like asking a kid what kind of birthday party they want to have. You know, whether it's princesses or Power Rangers, meet that kid there. We're all still kids. And so the workers in these systems need leadership that says, we're not going to be just quick, we're going to be right. And right doesn't have a timeline. So I want to push back just on systems a little bit. Angela's right, we can't talk about the people that work. A lot of people go every day to fight for children, and children sometimes do have to be separated from their family. Sometimes it's so egregious that you can't believe that's what happens. That has to happen. But a lot of times, it's societal norms that we make judgments on. I learned a lesson early in my career, much like Angela. I said, hey, the kid's homeless. They're living in a car with their parents, of course. And I go, man, we've got to maybe remove this kid. And they go, she goes, Matthew, being homeless is not a reason to remove a kid. Now, fast forward 30 years, I've taught trauma training. I've taught in schools of social work. I've had thousands of students, given way too many lectures where probably people turn me out. But what I hope to hear today is that we have an opportunity with this project of opt-in and screened out pathways, and with the voices of Heather and Clint and the Davids of the world and everybody in these advisories to speak up and to latch onto their courage that, hey, the system we're not saying get rid of, we're saying do better. We're saying, remember that little kid who lays their head on that pillow and cries at night. Why are we removing this kid? Can we put supports in? Can we meet their need? Can we help with housing? Can we help with mental health needs? Can we address the school system that kicked the kid out? Because sometimes schools aren't very receptive. Mental health is not very receptive. And what we need to do is be a little bit more Braveheart. Now, I know Braveheart. Who saw the movie Braveheart? He doesn't make it. Okay, I'll tell you. William Wallace dies. But there's nothing more valiant than fighting for those and fighting for what's right. And so let me say, child welfare systems have removed too many children. Child welfare systems thought children didn't fall too far from the tree, so they wouldn't place with kin. We also were in a society that used to think women weren't equal. We also are in a society where gay marriage was not allowed. People of color were not equal, they were owned. And those things do change, so I have hope. And what I want to tell you is I hope today that every one of us takes a moment to educate somebody in the system or in a meeting or somewhere and say, hey, children didn't do anything wrong. So removing children and keeping with family would probably be the most honorable thing we can do. So how do we find fathers? How do we find mothers? Because sometimes the dads are the ones holding the kids and the mom's gone away. How do we do this for the children so when they grow up, they say the system that involved me did me right instead of did me wrong? So my dream will be that one day we have a fatherhood panel and a mother panel and a gay parent panel and a cis identity panel, right? A cisgender, all the things that we all come up with terms, and that we do it for the children. Because children deserve to be with loving parents. We need to fight the TANF system, right? We need to make sure benefits are there. We need to fight for good daycare. So what I'll end with, I could go on all day long. I'm not as good as David. I'm not as funny as the fathers. I'm not as funny as a lot of people, but I sure think I am. Yeah, so that's funny in and of itself. But what I want to leave you with is, and maybe leave timely, which is a rare event too, and maybe somebody would want to make a comment, is that government is not what's wrong here. Government tries to create solutions to problems. What's wrong are the leaders in the government who misinterpret the intention of the government and the funding, and they overreach when they separate children, when they overreach and don't do the extra legwork to find a benefit for that family that will keep them together, when they do what's easy for them instead of what's right for the family. And let me say, there's a majority of people who work in these systems do the right thing. What we have to do is tell them to stay in those systems and give them the guardrails to keep doing it. Because without government, children and some of these families that do need major intervention won't get them. You also won't have treatment centers. You also won't have funding for school buses and stuff. All these things are meant to be better to help families, but sometimes they get it wrong. And we all highlighted that today. But what we are getting right is this project where we're trying to intervene upstream, where we take care of a problem before it becomes a real problem. And that if we invest on the front end, and so prevention's a term, prevent a lot of things. But in child welfare, if we can prevent entry, and we can train hotlines, and we can set up systems where there's alternative responses, not just once you enter an investigation, but before. The key here is that you have to believe children deserve families. The key here is you have to believe children deserve their heroes. And one of the things I will tell you is, whether it's two mothers, whether it's a dad and mom, or a dad and mom with separated clan, children have heroes, and they count on their heroes. And if government doesn't support the heroes, then what is it supporting? So what I want to leave you with is, give your government person worker a hug, and then give them the insight to help them do better. Because we all start at 23, right, Angela? Or at 33, whatever, we start. But you don't get good until you do it and learn, and then you realize you've let somebody down. And so you don't want to let people down. So I'll leave you with something lifting up today. Mama G and her team, they lifted us up today. Donnell, he's lifting us up. The fathers lifted us. David gave an awesome speech. I'm humbled. I wish I'd gone first because I'm getting graded against all these people. So, but when you do get graded, I'll leave you with one of my sayings my students used to put on a t-shirt when they graduated. And that is this: what do you call the last person to graduate from med school? Doctor. So when you go to your doctor, ask him, where'd you graduate med school? Was it last or first? Nobody ever asked, right? They just go to their doctor. So remember, your government worker graduated, but maybe they haven't been educated. So it's events like this that will educate people to tell them that, hey, families and children deserve to be together. There's less trauma with children who are together. David gave you the stats, but I could give you all kinds of stats about children who grow up in two-parent homes. I also looked at TANF. David made a great comment. I don't know if y'all caught it. He didn't want people to be married. He doesn't believe that you have to be married. He said you have to cooperate and work together. So I'll leave my people in government with the challenge of how do you cooperate across systems, from benefits to child welfare to education, and not stay in your silo, and look at a treatment team from the governor's leadership team and say, we're going to do it right for the kids. And then how do you take the gift that we got today and we're going to keep getting, which is the feedback from lived experience for co-design, and have the courage that April and Jennifer and Kristen and Tina and Marita and all of those leaders in Oregon had to say, we want lived experience at the table. Matter of fact, we're going to fight you if we don't have lived experience. But remember, just being at the table doesn't create change. You have to give good insight. They have to listen. You have to then iterate until you get the change you want. I'm looking down now, I got 60 more seconds, right, brother? 50. Or, okay, all right, okay. Notice I'll take all the time. If you ever watch those progressive commercials, don't beat your parents, that's me. I'm talking through your bathroom door, I'm telling you apart. So I'll leave you with this. Another saying I have is, your belief is your behavior. Okay? I don't care what you say to me, you whisper all you want to me, but if you treat me a certain way, that's how I'm going to reach you. So I want all of you all today to think about what is your belief and what is your behavior going to be on behalf of that child who lays their pillow on a head, lays their head on the pillow. Oh, where's that approach? Lays their head on the pillow at night that's not theirs, in a room they don't know. And they wake up in the middle of the night and they scream. And they go, I'm not here. And they cry. And there's nobody there to hold them. Here's what I want you to think about. What is my behavior going to be for my belief to educate people that we can do better And we can prevent all of that if we invest in better family outcomes, invest in people being whole together, and invest in children having families. And that's why the Opt-in Project is a valuable social science project and program, because if we can prove that before you enter the child welfare system, supports and good case management and a roadmap to benefits that will allow your family to succeed, then guess what? We're all winners. So I thank you for just listening. I hope you have a great rest of the day. Janine, great job. Doris, do great job. And more importantly, to everybody that came today that's going to take up the challenge of your belief is your behavior, I want to thank you too for that gift you're going to give. So have a good day. Thank you all.
You still have a couple of seconds left. I'm not trying to get on the finish line.
Thank you guys. This next piece here, reimagining child welfare, through collaboration. We're going to bring up two ladies, Heather Hanson and Makita Koto, are fierce advocates who have transformed pain and purpose and are showing us how real partnerships get built. Please join me in welcoming two extraordinary leaders and lived experience experts, Makita Koto and Heather Hanson, who are reshaping systems through both personal experience and professional expertise. Makita brings powerful insight as a former foster youth, teen mom, and now Vice President of Talent Operations at DSST Public Schools in Denver, where she continues to advocate for youth voice and equity-driven change across Colorado. Heather is the founder of Building Bridges LLC, a consulting firm rooted in co-creation and community leadership, where she works with government and nonprofit partners to design family-centered systems that honor lived expertise. Together, they bring decades of advocacy, policy, influence, and relational leaderships to the work of transforming child welfare from the ground up. Their stories and strategies remind us that real changes happen when those most impacted are not only at the table, but helping build it. Let's bring these two ladies to the table.
Can you hear me? Oh, I can hear me. Okay. All right. I have a coach's voice that carries, so I don't know if I need this, but anyway, thank you guys for having us in your space today. I'll go this way. Okay.
That's mine.
Well, okay, so while we're doing that, Heather, I'm going to just go ahead and start with the activities. We're trying to troubleshoot and do all the things. So hello, everybody. I'm going to be looking down at my notes because I am a neurodivergent parent. I'm dyslexic. And if I don't have this, I'm going to go on some tangents and we're going to have other conversations. So, for what it's worth, this is my apology. So, with that being said, while they're figuring this out, I gotta tell you all, I am a huge nerd, huge Star Wars fan. I don't know if there's any fellow Star Wars lovers in this room, but the reality is that we're all navigating some pretty uncertain times right now. We're all navigating it in different ways. It's different for each of us. And for those of you who do follow Star Wars, you may know, but the fourth movie is Phantom Menace. And in that film, the climate of the Empire changes. It's filled with turmoil. It's filled with fear and uncertainty. Lots of people and groups across the Federation are failing. They're falling apart. They're being dismantled. And
and alliances are falling to the dark side. So Yoda, the very powerful little man he is, for the lack of not knowing really what he is, he offers up these words of wisdom to the rebellion. And he says, in uncertain times, fear may try to divide us, but we're stronger together. As Yoda continued to warn the rebellion, he says, fear is the path to the dark side. So we choose hope instead. We choose unity, and we choose fruitful actions. The biggest act of rebellion is meeting in community, like this, with like-minded folk who believe in the greater good of humanity. So I wanted to highlight this thought to all of you this afternoon because we are truly navigating uncertain times. Most of us have no clue what tomorrow brings. We don't know what happens to our workforces. We don't know what happens to the families we serve. We don't know what happens to our communities from day to day. So the reality is that we have navigated these uncertain times before, and 2020 is a testament to that. So I wanted to remind you all, before we move on with today, that the biggest act of rebellion is meeting in community. And I'm happy to be standing in front of all of you in that act of rebellion. So, with that being said, I appreciate you all. And most importantly, I see you. So I would like you to take the next 30 seconds to take a deep breath, be in this moment, and look to somebody next to you and tell them that you see them truly. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds while Makita and I regroup. So.
One of the things that we do is we really believe in grounding ourselves in interactive activities. So I want everybody to pull out a piece of paper and a pen. In your bag, you should have a piece of paper. If you don't have one, if you have a friend at the table, I can give you one. Piece of paper and a pen. And what we're going to do is, one of the things that really is a powerful thing for me is, I'll let you guys try it. Try it on. Okay. Okay, so hopefully everybody's got a piece of paper. What you're going to do is you're going to create a bumper sticker. So what I firmly believe in is what do I stand firm in? I am a visionary. I believe in motivating people. That is what is on the bumper sticker if I were to tell someone what advocacy means to me. I want to give you 1 minute to create a bumper sticker that you would put on your car connected to advocacy. From there, we're going to have a small share out with your table. So 1 minute, create your bumper sticker, go. Mine is scream louder than your muffler.
Scream louder than your muffler. I love that. That's dope.
Scream louder than what?
Your muffler.
Hashtag healing out loud.
Sorry, say that again?
Hashtag healing out loud.
Healing, I love that. That's dope. Dignity, justice, and compassion. Dignity, justice, and compassion. One more?
Mine says chaotic good.
Chaotic good. That's a great one. Okay. Thank you guys for engaging in that. The reason that we did that was to ground you in what it means to be an advocate, why we are all sitting in this room, and how we want to be remembered as we do this work. Oh, this weekend. So, I am Makita Koto. I'm a mom. So, I'm a mom to those three beautiful humans. My son, Mikhail, is 20 years old. He plays basketball at Copper Mountain College. He's also subbing as a 6th grade science teacher at his little brother's school. Quinn is 13. He is in 7th grade. He enjoys having his mom and brother work at the same place because he can never get in trouble. And my daughter, Maya, she's 19. She just signed a full ride scholarship for the University of Arkansas to play basketball next year. She'll be graduating with her associates next week and is working to get her bachelor's and master's. I am a basketball coach. So a lot of my journey and what I've done has started with a group of girls who looked at me and thought I could move mountains. They just thought I was amazing. And meanwhile, I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. We're going to do this anyway. I am an advocate. I have had the opportunity to do this work for a really long time. I started advocating for families. So I'm a foster care alum. I went into foster care at the age of 5. I emancipated at the age of 18. I had my sweet boy Mikhail when I was 17. Terrified, on my own, no resources, and heaven forbid I call CDHS and ask for some help. Because the first thing that they were going to do was take that little human from me. So I figured it out. And look how dope they are. I got pretty lucky. But in that process, I remember there was one day I was 15 years old and I came home from foster care. I came home from school. My foster mom said, "You can't talk to your mom. If you talk to your mom, you will go to jail. That will be a violation of a court order and we will put you in jail." And they were serious about it. So I would have this journal, and I wrote in this journal, I'll never forget this, it always tears me up. I wish I could die and start over. That was what I felt, and when I read this as a almost 40-year-old woman, I read this and I remember, it feels surreal to know that there is a child sitting somewhere in some space whose voice was not heard, who did not feel seen, and wanted to die and start over. So it led me to this journey of advocating. I started advocating in 2016, and at that point in time, there was no lived expert. It wasn't a thing. It was me just knocking on the doors of different places across the state of Colorado to get my voice heard. It took a lot of fighting, and Colorado's not a super diverse place either. So there's this little black girl with a teen mom coming out of foster care telling me hey, listen to me. It wasn't happening. It took a long time to get to a space where we even had a platform where Heather and I could do this, or you were all sitting in this room. So that is it. From there, we started to, I did some advocacy doing, speaking at engagements for youth in foster care. My passion is, I love the prevention. My passion is what happens when the kids don't get that prevention. Again, when we age out of foster care, you go into the world with zero resources, my kids can call me, my daughter just called me just an hour ago. I was like, Mom, I can't afford to buy lunch. I couldn't do that. I had to figure it out. And so my passion is really figuring out how if we can't get to prevention, what's on the other side to make sure that these kids are set up for success. I don't want to be the anomaly, I want to be the regular. Every kid should walk out and be able to stand up in front of a room of people and say, I am something powerful and I mean something to this world. So in 2020, 20, I joined the Families First implementation team in Colorado, where we were working to implement the Families First program. And in that conversation is where I really was able to like put my foot on someone's neck. One day they said to me, you know, hey, we want to get youth to do something. And I was like, well, did you ask them? They wanted to use their data. And I said, well, did you ask them? And I'll never forget this person. I love him dearly. He said, we own the data. And I said, my lived experience is not your fucking data. It is not. It is my reality. And in that moment was when we were able to start to see the transition in Colorado from what it was to be a little bit of a voice to like a whole movement. And so really excited to champion it and share with y'all today the things that we have done, what we have done, and what we're hoping to do going forward.
So that leaves me. So I am a Puerto Rican mom to 3 littles that are up there. My oldest, well, all 3 of mine are preemies, and that's its own journey in itself. I don't know if anybody in here has a preemie, but navigating that system on its own is a whole other conversation as well. You know, I began my advocacy journey when I realized that I had to fight for that little boy up there with the dark hair when he was 31 weeks old in an incubator. And I realized at that point that I was the actual expert of my children. That's something that's taken away from us as parents. Doesn't matter what type of parent you are, but when you're standing in front of a professional, you're no longer the expert anymore, at least in their eyes. And that's not the truth. So I realized then 12 years ago, I needed to be that expert for my children so they could not only survive, but thrive. Fast forward about 6 years later, I was in a long 13-year marriage that was rooted in heavy amounts of domestic violence. And my partner at the time is also an attorney. And so everything I did, no matter what I did, I was destined for failure. And that's where my child welfare journey begins. So I had to navigate systems not only against the system itself, but I also had to fight it against the bureaucracy, the hierarchies, the unfairness, and the control that people hold as system folk, if you will. And I had to navigate it on a personal level, as well as through the system like we all have. So I am an applied anthropologist, and I actually specifically focus on structural violence. How ironic is that? Being somebody sitting around, knowing I have the knowledge to understand what I'm seeing, but not truly know what to do. Because there's no book out there that says this is how you fight the system. So, similar to what Makita shared, we made it up as we went. See, the thing about me is, ever since I was little, my mom always told me I was a difficult person. And I'm okay being a difficult person, because difficult people or disruptors, as I had on that bumper sticker, are the ones that create change. I understand that not everybody can stand up because it takes a lot to do this. But I'm okay being the one that leads the way because somebody has to. So I commend you all too, sitting at this table, and the rest of the lived experts in this room, because we have to lead the way for others. As a kid growing up, I was that little one that when I saw people being bullied, I was the one that got in the middle of it. Every time I got sent to the dean's office, it was always like, what'd you do this time? Well, so-and-so was getting beat up, and I was not gonna let that happen. So this is me, and I'm still here beating up the system for others, and I won't stop. So, as it says here, you are not the darkness you endured. You are the light that refuses to surrender the lived experts in this room, I want you to hold on to that. You are the light that has refused to surrender. You will not stop flickering. You will not stop beaming in the darkness. Remember that. You have to be the light for the others that will follow you. And that's important because we have to be the voice when others don't know how to speak. So please hold on to that because that's something I hold on to. So with that being said, it's a little bit about me, a little bit about my life, a little bit about the ones I care about. But most importantly, those three faces up there, which I miss dearly being here. We have to pave the way for those little faces, for those littles. We have to pave the way. So, just a little bit about us to humanize the room for a moment.
Sorry. Also, I cuss a lot. I need to work on that. I apologize. I hope you can use this video. But this picture in the middle is a small portion of our steering committee and the people we do this work with every day.
All right, so this is still me, right? Still you. All right, I gotta get my notes out now. All right, so why do we matter? Why do we matter? Take a moment and think about that. Why do you matter? Everyone in this room has lived expertise, let's be honest. That's not. Whether you're privileged, whether you are who you are, positioned in a position of power or hierarchy, you have lived expertise. It just is what it is. We're not immune from that. Why do you matter? I'm going to give you 30 seconds to ponder that. Internally, seriously. Awkward silence is good. I recently met with a Japanese delegation, and it was so funny because I learned that in Japan, silence isn't awkward. It's actually like welcomed. But here in America, it's like, oh my cannolis, what's going on? It's quiet in the room, God forbid. So, just wanted to call that out for what it is. This is why I have notes, so I don't do this, just so you know. Anyways, lived experience brings truth that data alone cannot. Just like Makita said earlier, nobody owns our data, but at the end of the day, if you're a pie chart on somebody's desk, what does that really tell you about their situation? You guys said it earlier, I forget who it was. You said it on your panel. I'm not what's on that paper. That's the truth. Problem is allies, professionals, people in positions of power don't truly understand how to conceptualize that. Or maybe they don't want to listen. Maybe they don't have the time. Maybe they don't have the bandwidth. But the reality is, we're just pie charts. We're just graphs. We're just percentages. And that's not working anymore. Just in case you didn't get, it's the memo, but it's not working anymore, clearly. So when systems are shaped only by people in power, they often miss what families really need. Lived experts know where systems fail, where they work, and what dignity looks like in practice. The work isn't about just storytelling. Storytelling is important, but not storytelling. See what happens with storytelling is a lot of times people go, you're just barking for sympathy. No, that's not the case. Storytelling changes narratives. Storytelling brings empathy. Storytelling empowers the storyteller. And stories build relationships. And guess what relationships do? They tear down things like oligarchies. Sound familiar? They tear down things like the current system we're fighting. But isn't it interesting how our systems always say, there's no time for relationship building? Do that on your own time. God forbid you spend half the day getting to know the people you spend all day with, more than your family. So, storytelling is about sharing power and designing better systems. And stories have the ability to reshape the way we navigate those systems and the way that we're currently treating families. right there. Nothing about us without us. It's been backwards for 100, 200 plus years. It's never been that way. Don't stop fighting for that sentence right there. Nothing about us without us. Nikita, it's all you.
Okay, so as we're doing this work, there's a ton of barriers, and I know that y'all in this room are experiencing them, lifting up what you're doing with the opt-in work. But something that I think is important to call out so that we know how to battle it. Back when we started this Reimagining Steering Committee in 2021, there was a clear divide between the lived experts and what we call allies in Colorado. Like, I would hop on a call and I was like, boxing gloves on. Come on, Joe, tell me what you gotta say today, I'm ready to go. And what that did is it made it very clear that there were positional authority, there was positional authority, and there was hierarchy there. I also would sit in those spaces and feel like, I'm just here to check the box. You just want to be able to say you spoke to someone who had some service from you at some point, so you can say, okay, Governor Polis did it, now can you give me the money? I was often realizing that I'm, again, sitting as one of the only people of color in a room full of white people who all think they know everything about my life experience and how to fix it. Appreciate you. I need you everywhere I go. Yes! Equity underpaid, nothing at all. I'm going to tell you guys, the payment is the biggest barrier. If you want to really make systems change, you will pay the experts. My experience in foster care made me an expert. I knew what it was like to be picked up from school with my clothes in a trash bag and taken to a stranger's house. I knew what that felt like, and so therefore I knew how to give you some ideas and solutions to fix it. Y'all have a beautiful opportunity with this partnership with Doris Duke to do some of this and do it well. These lived experts I don't know if y'all know what it's like to tell your story in front of a room full of strangers, but that is the most hurtful thing to do, day in and day out, to change the world. To then be told, because this happened to me 2 years ago, funding's gone, and they ripped it. And when they ripped it, it felt like the barrier they were putting in place was shutting my voice. It was stopping my voice. We have to make sure that we're addressing that barrier. And equity of access. You can't pick and choose who you want to do this. You can't pick and choose what story is valuable. We have to be able to do this in a way that is equitable for everybody to move the needle towards what we believe to be right for our kids and our families across the country. So when I'll talk about this later. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Keep rolling. All right. So what does reimagining look like? While more systems are inviting lived voices to the tables, is it actually real inclusion? Or is real inclusion rare? So tokenism, what is tokenism? We've said a lot of big words today. I'm just going to explain what that, just for the sake of it. Bringing families to the table for performative motives. That whole check in the box. Being able to say, hey, on that grant, we got 15 people. So that funding, so that that organization can continue to receive funding. It's amazing how many grants and opportunities for funding out there that explicitly say in their guidelines, you have to have lived experts at the table. So why do you think it's so performative? Because those organizations want their money, do they not? So how do we flip the script from performative motives to true co-creation? It takes relationships. It takes being seen. takes a 51 to 49% split. That's what we do in Colorado. In the reimagining group, it's a 51% field experts dominating the room to 49% system folk. That's on purpose. That's designed. That's intentional. And guess what? It's working really well. But that's scary. Doesn't that mean that those in power have to share their power? Kind of feels like we're asking for a lot. But that's just manipulation, because we're not asking for a lot. As traumatized people, because lived experts are traumatized, at least I'll speak for myself. I am traumatized from what I went through in the system. I consider myself a survivor of not only domestic violence, but also child welfare. Survivor of child welfare. That says a lot. We don't need to be just consulted after the fact. We need a co-lead. We need to be there from the beginning. I believe you said that earlier, didn't you? We need to be there from the foundation of whatever is being created. Rethinking policies, practices, and most importantly, centering family voice. Lived experts, whatever term you want to use, there's a lot out there. Don't just invite lived experts, build structures where their leadership is expected and supported. Create this expectation. I'm going to say that again. Create that expectation within your organizations. It's not an afterthought. It's not a, hey, what about this idea? It is an expectation. That's it. Bottom line, period, done. Put on my mom hat. Done. No more conversations. So in the reimagining group, for example, we're currently building a family handbook on how to navigate the child welfare system. We want to give that knowledge that Makita and I had to stumble through to others from the beginning. No gatekeeping, no knowledge withholding, no hiding the information anymore. Because guess what? That's part of oppression. We're seeing it right now in our country. Those in power are deleting our history. Because deleting information keeps those that are oppressed quiet. You don't provide them knowledge, what are they going to stand on? No more gatekeeping. No more hiding. So, we're creating a handbook. It says it all. How do you navigate jurisdictions? How do you navigate the court system? How do you navigate getting your children back? How do you navigate seeing them? How do you navigate just living and breathing? When I got the knock on the door, my knock came with 3 large police officers. Bigger than me, taller than me. That my ex-husband sent to my door. See, all he had to do was go to the sheriff's office and say a few little simple words. They had their guns in front of their belt, as if I was some threat to society. No more. No more. I told myself I wasn't going to get emotional, so I'm sorry. The bottom line is that we don't start with what do the rules say. Because the rules are crap. The rules are rooted in oppression and pain and abuse from the system. That is what our system does. It abuses people in so many ways. It's built by design to do that. It's built by design to take marginalized people and people of color and throw them to the wayside. We are forgettable. That's what the system tells us. Our children are forgettable. That's why what we do is so important. That's why when we can stand up like this, we must. For those that don't have the power to do so. This takes a lot. My husband often tells me, he looks at me and he goes, I have a new husband, it's not the old one, I promise. Just for clarification. He asks me often, is it worth it? When I come home from long days of meetings and I cry because of the things I had to stand up for. Because every time you tell your story, it re-traumatizes you. And the truth is that we don't even have the chance to heal before we have to come to the table and stand up not only for ourselves, but for others. Lived experience isn't a trend, it's a movement. The system folk in here, the professionals, the allies, however you want to term yourself, the best thing you can do is find your lived experts and you be that rock. You be that foundation. You let them stand on your shoulders. You support them. And when they say something that the room shudders, you hold their hand and you tell them, yes ma'am, yes sir. And you stand with them. Because not standing with them is also one of the biggest and unacceptable counter acts to the movement.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have just a couple of minutes left, so I just want to breeze through the next few slides, just to think about like when you're putting in perspective, like putting this work into action. One of the things that we had to do when we first started the steering committee is there was a bridge and trust between the allies and our lived experts. We actually did a full 2-day step back where we brought in facilitators to come in and break down the positional authority that was fighting, that was creating barriers for us. We created a steering committee that was led by a professional and led by a lived expert. So I was the first co-chair of the steering committee, and we put in bylaws and we put in a lot of other systems and structures to ensure that there was equity of access and equity of voice in the room that got us to that 51-49 split. And so as you guys are thinking about putting this all together, what are the systems that you actually need to put in place to hold one another accountable to do this work? I.e. ensuring you have the right number of lived experts. What does it mean? Are you a voting body? Who gets to vote? What do votes look like? What are the requirements? How many people need to be there? That's a really important piece too. So I think we just have to, if we want to, I want to name, so just continuing to build into lived experts. If you go, let's just go to like the last one. The one thing that I think is really important, and then you can, I don't know if you guys know this, but Maya Angelou went through a really traumatic experience in her life and she didn't speak. One of the most powerful women in the world with the most powerful words didn't speak for a large portion of her life. And so I just think this is an important thing. And she was my daughter's name is Maya, after Maya Angelou. A bird doesn't sing because it has an answer. It sings because it has a song. Everybody in this room has a song. Make sure you guys sing it. Yeah.
I know we're at time, but I'm actually going to take control for 2 seconds. Okay. So since we are at time, and Makita basically wrapped us up beautifully, but recently we had an in-person convening. I'm finding my notes. I'm not just fiddling with my phone, I promise. Recently we had an in-person convening. We try to meet at least 2 times a year. Is that right, Angela? Quarterly. So I lied. 4 times a year. And so I led an exercise where I sat everybody down and I said, we're going to build a poem. Yeah, let that sit in. Talking to a bunch of assistant professionals, and I'm like, we're doing a poem exercise. Let's do it. So what we did is we sat down, I gave some prompts, and this is what we came up with. It took me about 2.5 months, almost 3, to take everybody's words and put them together. I'm going to read it to you, and I'm going to end our chat with you all with this. I would like you all, please, to take a moment, Find yourself, center yourself. Just open your ears and please just listen. Words Woven in Resistance, a collective poem by the Reimagining Steering Committee. This poem is woven from the voices of those who stand at the front lines of change. Lived experience leaders, advocates, and allies working to transform the systems that were meant to care for us. It's a testimony of harm, a declaration of resilience, and a vision for something better. In English, we name the failures. In poetry, we reclaim the future. In English, we say the system is failing the very ones it was meant to protect. Children and families are slipping through the cracks. It's broken, fractured at every fault line. The harm is real. We are up against powerful systems. We are facing giants. But we will not turn away. In poetry, we say, the hands meant to hold them are empty, and lullabies have gone quiet. 1,000 dreams collapse on shoulders already burdened. Too much, too long, alone, heavy. The machine crumbles before our eyes. We gather what we can and we begin again. Because at the end of the day, all we have is ourselves. So we must save us. Maybe the collapse is liberation. As humans, we must lead together. What once was fear becomes strength, braided from many voices, many hands, one truth. We cradle our stories in open palms, defying every storm that tried to scatter us. We see injustice, we see harm, and still we rise. With hearts, minds, and lived experience, we walk forward, bold and unrelenting. We move as one, a community, carrying hope like fire. We are sacred warriors, planting seeds for futures we may never see but deeply believe in. Guided by stars, anchored in love, we turn towards transformation. We are the resistance. And one day, our children's children will know the system only as a shadow, a myth, a monster left behind. I appreciate all of you. I see you.
Okay. Give those leaders a round of applause. Yeah. So we have a powerful conversation ahead of us. One that gets to the heart of why we're here today. Reimagining child welfare requires us to listen deeply and to act decisively based on the wisdom of those who have navigated the system. Lived experience is more than a perspective. It is an expertise. Those who have faced challenges within the child welfare system know best where it falls short and, more importantly, what we must do to build a system that prioritizes family well-being and child safety without unnecessary separation. The movement to reimagine child welfare is not just about reform. It's about transformation. When we elevate the voices of youth, parents, and families we have impacted, we move away from a system that makes decisions for them and instead creates a system with them. Their insights leads to more responsive, compassionate, and effective approaches to supporting families. Today we are honored to hear from our community leaders with lived experience. Their stories, wisdom, and advocacy efforts are shaping the future of our child welfare. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. Let's have Makita Kono and Heather come on back up. Cassandra Hall. Leah Murray. Miranda Mitchell. Savannah Gilroy. Sarah Tennant. And Diane DeLeon. Did I say that right? So we'll go with the same format as we used earlier. We'll just have the mic and we'll pass it down. And just want to reiterate, we will be the whole time, ladies. So take your time. I know you're going to speak passionate. That's what we need. So we'll go ahead and start right here. Here you go. You can just kind of let us know who you are. We want us to know about you.
It's me. Hi, my name is Sarah Clement. I'm a woman in long-term recovery. God willing, next month I will have 19 years in sobriety. My passion is advocacy work. I advocate often. I'm also a part of Safe Babies 0 to 3, and I'm also part of the Mental Health and Addiction Council in my home county. So my children are grown now, which is a whole nother ballgame. They're 22 and 25, and I went through the child welfare system when my youngest turned 4 years old when we were in treatment together, and my oldest son was 6. I do have the perspective of grown children. After all the dust is settled, after all the things, like we still have trauma from those days, and so I'm just delighted. Thank you for having us. Thank you for everybody, the rich woven fabric of all of these people supporting us and letting us be here in this space. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diane DeLeon, and I am a mother of 2 beautiful children. I'm also a parent in long-term recovery. My journey with child welfare seems like forever ago, but in 2010. My case is closed in 2015. I was young, and I'm grateful for that. But today I get to show up. I never in a million years imagined that my trauma and my past challenges could inspire people or even help people today. And so I am grateful to be able to be in any room where I get to do that. And so I've never in my life ever felt heard until I was in a room with leadership, with other people in recovery, and it warms my heart because it's just not what I pictured it to be. You know, I feel comfortable with all of you guys, and it's a nice feeling to have, but I'm grateful to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. My name's Cassie. She, her pronouns. I'm a peer supervisor with Morrison Child and Family Services, and also a parent with lived experience. My clean date is 1/26/15. Thank you. And I have 2 kiddos. I had my daughter when I was 15 here in Bend in Grandma's house, the shelter Grandma's house. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with that. And my son, I had when I was 25 in Coffee Creek. So 2 very hard experiences with both my children. And I'm grateful for where I'm at today. And to be sitting here with all of you building community just really fills my cup. So thank you guys.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Liam Murray, and I work for the Oregon Department of Human Services. I had the honor of being what's called the Family Stability Tribal Family Coach. That is a mouthful for you. While my time was brief on it, I fell in love with this pilot project that we're doing down in District 11. I truly believe in it, and I hope I get a little bit of time later to share more with you on it, because I think you'll fall in love with it as well. I'm a mother of two. I joke I almost beat teen pregnancy, but I had my first daughter at 19, so I was close. My lived experience comes from being a foster youth. I as well survived the troubled teen industry. If you haven't seen those documentaries, I highly recommend it. Oftentimes when the state didn't know what to do with teenagers like me, who like to smoke a lot of weed and escape, they threw us in treatment centers that were beyond abusive. So a lot of my advocacy hopefully one day will lead to advocating for youth and programs for them alike. In the meantime though, the best job I've had so far is being a mother, and that's me.
Hi everyone, my name is Amanda Milroy. I am also a peer supervisor with Morrison Child and Family Services. I also identify as a parent in long-term recovery. My clean date is 4/5/18. Two amazing kiddos. I have a 19-year-old daughter and a 10-year-old son. I love the work that I get to do today. With that being said, I'm just really grateful to be here with you all.
Hi, my name is Miranda Mitchell. I am a parent in long-term recovery. My clean date is 12/2/2019. I have 5 children, 4 living, ages 21, 11, 7, and 6. We are all federally recognized tribal members. I'm enrolled with the Sluts Tribe in Oregon. I am a parent mentor with Morrison Child and Family Services. I work out in Roseburg, Oregon. I also sit on the Service Equity Council for the state with child welfare. I sit on the Equity Inclusion Council at the local Roseburg office. And then of course I have the opportunity to do the work that I'm doing with the Ogden. Hi again, Heather Hansen, she, her pronouns. I sit on national seats. I also help co-facilitate the National Learning Circle for Foster America. I sit on some statewide coalitions, as well as some county, and constantly at my children's school, making sure they do what they need to do because my children have an IEP. That's a whole other conversation for another day. But constant application, and constant spending time empowering others. Thank you all for having me here. You know me, so thank you you guys are phenomenal. Like the amount of power on this table that's like in the buildings doing the work is super dope. I just was like, listen to me awesome. Anyway, that's all.
Hey, hello ladies. I'm going to start us off with our first question, and it is for Diane, Savannah, and Cassie. The power of lived experience. Why is it essential to have people with lived experience at the center of child welfare transformation? How has your lived experience shaped your work in advocacy? What impact does it have when families and youth are involved in decision-making at all levels, policy, practice, and service delivery? Who would like to start?
It's on. Okay, great. Diane again. So this one for me is a little bit different. My experience with child welfare wasn't like cases that you hear. My trauma didn't so much come from my child welfare case as it did, discovering my healing journey with it. I was young and I left with wonderful relationships. I mean, to this day with child welfare. And so it was really important for me to allow or let other people know that it is possible to have relationships, that it doesn't always have to be bad. And so that was my biggest motivation to do this. That's how it started for me, and so that's kind of just where I've let it guide me. And the thought of being able to help other parents see that it is possible, that you don't have to have a hard case, that you don't have to hate child welfare, was really important for me. But that doesn't mean there isn't a lot of work that is still needs to be done, because there are all of those stories that are true, and the trauma that was caused during other people's cases. And so I'm a big advocate for that as well. I just think that we are better together, and it's important for everyone to see us together, not them versus us. It's like us together. And so it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be leadership and parents with lived experience. I just want us all to be one. So that's my motivation for it.
So I think what I got out of that question mainly is why lived experts in the room. And I guess my question back would be, why not, right? Like, wouldn't it be difficult for someone that doesn't have children to teach a parenting class? Or wouldn't it be hard for there to be a drug and alcohol counselor with no substance abuse disorder? And so my thought is, how difficult is it to be a child welfare worker and do removals and never experience it? And if we can come in those rooms and share what that feels like and how things could have been different for us and what we want to see happen differently, let us. We want to be there. And when I first started my role at Morrison, I was really scared to like go into courtrooms and to go back into DHS offices and all these areas where I felt so little. And I learned that we're all human and nobody's perfect. And I felt little because I was making bad choices and I just needed someone to tell me it was okay. And that's all people need to hear sometimes. I needed someone to meet me where I was at in my life and not where they were at or where they wanted me to be. And to help coach caseworkers or resource parents or anyone out there to understand that is truly healing in my journey and where I'm at today. So that's what I got.
So I'm going to start with from the presentation that we just saw when we were doing the bumper stickers, right? And I wrote down nothing for us without us. And then you popped up with nothing about us without us, right? And so that's to me why, right? Because we have that experience and we are the experts of our lives, right? And when it comes to understanding how parents feel and how to help them navigate that system, having lived experience in the room helps to elevate that voice and to bring different perspective, right? And open the eyes to what could be different. I've had 2 DHS cases, and the difference with my 2 cases was my first case, I just shut up and did what DHS told me to do, right? I can jump through the hoops, I can do what you tell me to do, but I didn't learn anything. I learned that I can do what I'm told to do under pressure. My second case, I was able to actually advocate for myself, and I found my voice, and I was able to say, this isn't gonna work for me and my family, right? Your standard cookie cutter, you know, you're gonna do X, Y, and Z, isn't gonna work for me and my family. We've done that before and I'm back again. Can we do something different this time, right? And so again, being able to elevate our voices to understand that we truly are the experts of our lives and the experiences within the system. So bringing that to the table really does give that different perspective. Like Cassie said, it's hard to understand what that is like, right? To remove a child. Yes, for somebody who has had a child removed, it feels way different than the person removing the child, right? So having that the both ends of the perspective to be able to be collaborative and make the positive changes necessary. Because all families truly are different and all needs are different, right? And we got to be able to meet the needs individually of each family. And that comes with hearing the stories of the parents from the past, right? Understanding that there's going to be more families that come that look just like mine, right? And are going to be able to stand up and say, hey, this isn't going to work for me and my family, right? So being able to utilize our voices now to be able to make the system change is why it's important for me.
During our bumper sticker exercise, we were reminiscing over here about this song, and your table reminds me of it. It's "I Am Woman, Hear Me Roar." I'm just really proud of you over there. That's not my question, but okay, this one is for Cassie and Sarah. In your view, what does a truly prevention-focused child welfare system look like? How does centering lived experience shift the focus from intervention to strengthening families before a crisis occurs?
Again, Sarah here. So I just wanted to recognize all the systemic miracles in this room. This panel is just like amazing. And I experienced some systemic hope. I was a part of a pilot project for self-sufficiency at ODHS. We were the first mentors in the state of Oregon to be paired with people accessing cash assistance and SNAP. And so we also had lived experience with child welfare, and that bridge allowed us to be with the families. The children were there. It was amazing to get in there and help parents problem solve, access resources, and just be a cheerleader for them. And what I experienced was, if a call did get made, we were right there to reassure them, to help them, tell them the steps that they should take, or what is being looked at and why. It might give us the courage to bring up what we hadn't been able to talk to them about, which is, hey, it might be time to make a change. And so I really felt like I was in a position for true prevention, and it was so meaningful, and I'll never forget it. And also family support groups. I led a group for many, many years, and it meant so much to me because all I did was show up and bring some dinner, and like these parents were creating, bonds and support systems. And one parent would say, "Oh my gosh, this is happening to me, I don't know what to do." And then two other parents would go, "This is what I did." And so just seeing parents help one another, that was so special. And I'll just never forget that time in my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the question was, in your view, what does a truly prevention-focused child welfare system look like? And how does centering lived experience shift the focus from intervention to strengthening families before a crisis occurs?
I love that, thank you. So this is why we're doing our opt-in work, right? Like, this is how we're imagining child welfare to be for the future, is what we're doing here today. And that is keeping families together. Like, I heard a lot earlier about what kiddos need and how to show up for those kids and how to support the kids, and I love that, I truly do. And how do we show up and support these families as a whole? If there's addiction, what can we do to help you with your addiction, to keep your kids at home, right? If you're having some mental health, what can we do to support you with your mental health? We're meeting families where they're at to keep them where they're at, not to remove them from where they're at. And so that's why we're on these committees, and that's why we're having these conversations. And I feel like that's a big reason Doris Duke is supporting us with this initiative, is because we want to make that change. We want to see child welfare transform, and this is where we're going to start. And this is where everyone's going to share their voice. voice and what they feel would be best. I mean, in a perfect world, we just wouldn't have to do any removals, but I don't feel like that's ever gonna be possible. But it doesn't mean that those numbers and that data can't come down. And that's what we're doing. And that's what I wanna keep doing and supporting. And like Sarah said, we did have the prevention. We do have prevention work with Morrison Child and Family Services with the self-sufficiency mentors. And that's what they do. We work with families that receive TANF and help them navigate through resources, housing, I mean, anything they need to prevent those removals from happening. And if something does come up, we walk down that road with them too. So we try to help them in any capacity to make sure that they are supported, they are understood, and they're not alone. With my case, I was 100% alone. I didn't have support. I mean, if it was my UA day, I'd slip out the back door and say I forgot. I did everything I could. And if I would have just had that kind of, accountability buddy to just be like, hey, do it, it's okay, I would have done it. So, thank you.
I'm gonna jump in on this one because also Janine told me I have permission to jump in on things, so we can have a discussion, all of us. But a real life example of this being done, I'd like to highlight in District 11. Earlier you heard about the pathways that are coming for opt-in. Currently we have the Family Stability Project, as I mentioned before. And right now we have family coaches dedicated on this project. While there's few, the team is mighty. We are really blessed, or I should say they're really blessed because I'm not on it anymore, but they're very blessed to have management and support from self-sufficiency to put prevention in place. So when a screen out call comes, these families have a family coach or a peer mentor. Ish and her team are amazing, to reach out to them directly and offer those supports, because oftentimes, more than not, I feel like, at least in my life, if I had that call at a screen out and someone was just there for me, I can only think of what would have been prevented later on. So I think sometimes it's easy to get lost in the theoreticals, but this is reality that's happening right now in District 11, and one other district is doing it. And I really, really am excited to see how opt-in can help benefit these screened out families. Often not, we don't have money if you don't qualify for TANF, and you don't have an open child welfare case. Where's your help gonna come from? So in this case, I hope families can just opt in, so to say.
That was a beautiful segue into the next question that I have. This is primarily for Heather and Sarah. So I'd love to hear you all share a little bit about any promising practices or initiatives that are working to support families before child welfare intervention is needed. And how can we ensure that solutions are equitable and responsive to diverse communities? And then finally, I'll say these again, because it's 3 questions. How does lived experience provide a crucial lens in ensuring community-based solutions are effective? So first, any thoughts on promising practices that you want to lift up for preventing child welfare intervention? And then solutions that are equitable and responsive to diverse communities, and then the role of lived expertise. Thank you so much.
Thank you for saying those twice. I almost want you to say them 3 times. But so things that are happening now. To me, Foster America is a huge beacon. I don't know how else to say it. Everything that they're doing right now is so rooted. It's proactive positioning, I think is the best way to say it. Making sure that the states and the counties that they're working with are putting lived experts at the forefront instead of as an afterthought. So I just would absolutely uplift what Foster America is doing in lots of ways. Statewide, there's our reimagining, I would say, would be an example of that. Again, the 59 or 51 to 49 split. Please, anyone in this room, tell me who else is doing that. My point exactly. That right there is absolutely something that needs to be 100% mandated from the beginning. Not a question. When that happens, magic will happen. You'll see it unfold in front of your eyes. It will happen. equity. It was on our slides. Makita said, I think Makita highlighted it. Pay people. Pay lived experts. It's not a second thought. Put it on every grant you apply for. Put it everywhere. But do it fairly. Yes, it's not, there's no more gift cards, no more Starbucks. Let me throw you a Starbucks across the table and give you some pizza and say thank you. No more. Pay people fairly. And that means take a look at the cost of living where you're at. Varies by state, sometimes even county. Take it into consideration. Think about it. And please, by all means, do not ever tell somebody that this money isn't supposed to pay for them to live. I've had somebody look at me in my face and go, what are you complaining about? This shouldn't be paying for your bills. I'm like, really? I'm happy, I'm so privileged that that's a statement you could say to me. Don't do that. This pays our electric, puts food on the table for our kids. The last check I got, just to be completely candid with you, went to completely buying my kids the new wardrobes they need because they grow like weeds. We're not exempt from anything that you guys are, and whoever else, in the room is exempt from it. It's just about reality. What was the third part to that question?
You started to cover it. It was, you're touching on the lived expertise and the role of that in prevention.
Okay. So, the bottom line is put lived experts on the number one. No, you're making a list as to what you got to do. That should be number one. So I'll pass it over.
So I think the system suffers from lack of transparency and relationship with families and clients. The transparency part really, my family was systematically torn apart. And that was directly due to transparency. It was back before peers. It was back before anybody could have been there to help me navigate systems. Both my sons have two different dads, and they called the oldest son's dad and they said, come get him, we're gonna take him into custody. He goes, hey, I'm gonna take him to the beach for the weekend. And he lived in Seattle, I hadn't seen him in so long. And I was like, oh, thank God, can you take Adam, my youngest son too, please? I need a break. And he said, no, I can't do that. And he actually took him to Seattle. And it left me with that feeling of my child just got stolen from me. And I was so distraught. And I was working with systems. I had a safety plan, and my son was exit seeking. He always wanted to get out of the house. He was 2.5, and we went down for a nap. DHS had bought us locks for the back door, and I remember going down there for a nap with him, and I remember him jumping over me. I always had to be on the outside of the bed so that I would wake up. And I didn't wake up with him fully. And next thing I know, I got a bang on my door, and that was it. Both my children were gone. And he went to the little playground at the apartment complex. And I couldn't understand what I had done that was so bad. I had to learn, what child safety was. Man, I love my kids so much, and I got treated like I didn't. And
I didn't know where he went, and I didn't know what the next steps were. And so that's why I became a peer, you know, so that I could be there through those moments. It's the worst day of my life. But this is a call to action, to get involved. Be involved in every nook and cranny you can get your foot in the door. That's how I have lived my life. Be the voice that people need, and that I feel like leadership wants our input. And so that's a shift. And I do want to recognize the changes that have been made at the self-sufficiency level. When I went through self-sufficiency, it was do this or hit the road. And now they're so loving and fuzzy, and like, they're like, oh, you got some mental health going on, you gotta go, you know, go to the doctor. They have their whole list of things that, like, that's your plan now. And before it was like jobs program or beat it, you know. And so I do want to say that there's been many changes that over the years that have looked at parents through the lens of help. But in child welfare, we is still suffering from transparency and broken relationships. When that policeman came in between me and my worker, our relationship was broken. He sat me down and told me what a piece of crap I was and spitting in my face, and I just wanted to go see my son across the parking lot. Why did my son get to watch that? I don't know, but it's just call to action, be a part of, let your voice be heard. We're all miracles in this room. I mean, especially from substance use disorder, and anything that has held you back, if you've been able to become a part of society and be a helper, thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Rachel. This question is for Leah and Amanda. If you could change one policy or practice in the child welfare system today, what would it be and why? How can lived experience leaders help to push for more family-centered and trauma-informed policies?
Just one policy? Okay, thank you. I got it. Okay, top three even, my word. You know, when I first heard this question, after hearing the father speak, I believe it was you over here, you said, sorry, I'm terrible with names, but you had said how your kids were removed and you didn't get a call back. You couldn't reach anyone. That sucks. If you have kids, if you could imagine you don't know where your kids are and you can't reach anyone with the authority. Now, not to say that it's okay by any means, but as a case manager, you should be able to delegate your time to answer appropriate crisis calls. But could you imagine from a caseworker standpoint, you have a caseload of maybe at that time 30, maybe at that time 105, maybe at that time you have more than that. For tribal, I think at one point our sheets for family stability were like 120 of just families. Can you imagine dealing with that and then you have crisis on top of that? Policy, that's a policy issue. That's a hiring issue. That's a delegating spots issue. There's no reason to have workers burn out like that, so Oregonians are the ones that are suffering. If I could change something, it would definitely be policy surrounding how many cases these workers carry, these family coaches, these permanency workers, these
people taking away kids, all this. How could you even make a clear decision if you're managing that many people trying to keep your ball in a row? So that would be my one policy. Two, our domestic violence grant recently just went from $1,200 to $3,200. That is the first increase in over 26 years since that program started. In what world does that make sense even? So I think calling things out like that and being totally honest that this is a federal and upper, way above my pay grade, but this is an upper federal issue and with Oregon legislature issue. What are we doing? The budget's there. Where's the money going? I think very clearly we need to be calling out where is the money going. Same way in Oregon, we were promised treatment centers. Where are they? Where are they? That marijuana tax money, little teeny, where's that money? Where did it all go? So I think we really need to, as Oregonians, be calling that out. Policy-wise though, my second policy would definitely be implementing more programs like family stability and preservation. It makes sense to keep kids in their homes if there's not an immediate safety risk. Duh. Well, I can't use my kids, but I joke. They didn't even miss me when I left. They wanted to get off FaceTime, but that's fine. But I can't imagine leaving my 12-month-old just in a stranger's home. The same way my siblings, we were lucky enough to be placed in the same care of a home. But when we're separated, where does that make sense? You're with your siblings your whole life, and then all of a sudden you're removed and dispersed. So that would be my second policy. I could go on and on, but my main one, everyone, I think we should really start calling it out in Oregon. Where's this money going, please? Start like checking accounting rosters, because it doesn't make sense.
So, thank you for that, Leah. And as she said about tribal children. So, for me, changing in policy is going to be around ICWA. How are we supporting these families, and how are we meeting these active efforts to keep these tribal children at home with their families? And if they're not able to stay at home with their families, and there's not any family that they're able to be placed with, and they're going into stranger foster care, how are we keeping them in connection with their culture, with their families? And this really resonates really deep with me because my kids were those tribal children, right? They were all separated. They were all in different foster homes, with white families. For my 11-year-old, there was a lot of trauma. His foster mom today is my adopted sister. That's Aunt Casey, but she really wasn't in the know of what my culture was, right? So this woman was able to cut his hair off. And that created a lot of trauma. And she really didn't know. So if we can just have even just the know, if we don't have connections between biological parents and resource parents, then I feel like the state should honor that connection piece and be able to be the mediator, to be able to be like, this is what mom, this is how this family lives, this is how this family believes, you know, like the whole family has long hair. They don't cut it unless there's a mourning and there's a loss in the family. So I think that that was my big policy changer. And just like Leah said, these caseworkers are overworked, right? So, and these ICWA cases aren't easy ones. There's a lot of federal guidelines. There's a lot of state guidelines that you have to look into. And then also the piece of connecting with those non-present parents. As my role as a parent mentor, I work with a caseworker, and she has, one of the cases that we're staffing currently has 5 different fathers, 2 different tribes. So that's a lot of work that she has to put in for the case, just that one case alone.
I just wanted to quickly call out something, and I don't know if anyone in this room was listening and noticed, but these 2 women just indirectly advocated for every ally and professional in this room. We're not here as lived experts for ourselves. We are literally here for the combined collective of everyone. It's about humanity. So I just want to call that out, because when it comes down to, if you have the chance to advocate for lived experts in your organization, it's not an us versus them. It's a we. So, thank you, Leah.
Hi, I'm Tiana.
2 are for Makita and Savannah. Breaking the cycles and creating lasting change. Many lived experience leaders work to change the system so that future generations don't face the same challenges. What drives your commitment to this work, and what allies, such as advocates, policymakers, and community members, do to support lived experience leadership in reimaging child welfare? So, what drives your commitment to this work, and what can allies, advocates, policy members, community members, etc. do to support lived experience leadership in reimagining the child welfare?
Cool, thank you. These questions, y'all, are great and loaded, man. Like, I'm like, hold up, back up. You know I'm an hour off, I got in late. Anyway, so what drives I wish I would have brought my journal. Like that little girl that was writing in that journal that like was so lost and so afraid and like doing time in foster care because her mom made poor choices, but I was the one receiving the punishment. That drives me. I think also that group of little girls I told you think I'd walk on water and I had no idea what I was doing, they like empowered me in a way to be like, you can do anything. And somehow they made me think that, and so I did that. And those 3 humans that I was blessed to raise, I want them to know that it's not, I do it because that's what I experienced. It is their job to do it because they are humans on this planet. And so it is bigger that like my kids, thank God, have never, ever experienced any part of the system. They wouldn't know what any of it feels like. But it is their job to make sure that they're friends. And everybody around them does not, and if they need to, that they do the support that they need. So it's really just because the system is not designed to raise children. And so it is our job to at least create a system that is going to create a path forward for children and families to stay together, and when and if they can't stay together, thrive on the other side. So that is my motivation, and frankly, I seem to do really well with a good fight. So like, the game's up to fight for, I'm all in. If it's easy, I'm not in. So that is a motivation too. I think, I was just thinking also, thinking about like ICPA. So prior to I was a paralegal, and I was a paralegal at Arapahoe County for my guardian ad litem, doing DNN cases in my early 20s. So I went from fighting this woman and being like, I hate you, every day, to being like, let's do this work together, and process these cases and did the things. And it was such crap for us. We just like filled out these papers, sent a certified letter, and said we were good. And like that, checking the box, that was all we were supposed to do, instead of doing the work to like actually make sure that your 5 babies were not in different places, but they were where they were supposed to be, so that they were culturally taken care of. That's what we had to do. And so, but when I think about doing that work, she never quit on me. Like, Tamara never, ever quit on me. From the day I called her and told her, like, I hate you, I can't believe you told me I can't talk to my mom, you don't even know me, like, to the moment when I graduated college and I did not call her, and she found out and called me and said, why didn't you call me? I was like, because it wasn't your business. Meanwhile, all she wanted to do was be there in support of me, and so it was just that like one person that just like really leaned in, and she didn't give up on me even when she really, in theory, could have. I'm not her child. She could go home every day. She believed in me, and so that partnership, having that one person in my lived experience to show me that I could do something amazing, made me be like, I can build relationships with all of the people. Sometimes harder than others, but I think that those are the 2 things. It's just like making sure that this world is, when I die and I go to heaven, I want God to say, job well done. And that's it.
So for me, my motivation is my children. My sole purpose in life is to be a mom. I was told at a very young age of 12 that I would never have kids, and my daughter was my miracle child. And then 10 years later, my son took me a surgery and 2 years of fertility to have. The reason why I advocate is to break generational curses, right, and to do something different. Advocacy is so important to me within my whole family, and with that, I'm raising a little advocate myself, right? And my 19-year-old daughter sits on a youth action board, and she gets to tell her story because her story, my story isn't just mine, it's hers too, right? Her experiences of being in foster care and being separated from me and never have been away from me, like those are the pieces that I remember when I do this advocacy work, right? And then I get to see my daughter show up and truly tell her story. And together we get to do that. We've actually shared our stories together in multiple events, and it's an amazing thing because not only does it help us heal, but it helps me to see that there's also different perspectives to my story. Because again, my child is part of that story, and she has a voice in that as well. And so it's important to me to continue to advocate and to pave the way for my daughter, right? Because again, she gets to show up and use our experiences, because again, it's not just my experience, but she gets to use our experiences of being homeless and domestic violence and drug addiction to try to make changes within multiple systems, right? And so to me, it's just really important to continue to break the generational curses, because I want so much more for my kids. I want so much more for my community. And being able to share our stories, we get to see the impact that it makes on the community. And when they're calling in for youth voices and Backbone, which is a youth action board she sits on, is called in, that's a beautiful thing because they're valuing her lived experience as a youth within the system, right? And so for me, it's just really about elevating voices and making sure that every voice is heard.
Thank you. Can I just want to name for this room that everybody in here, the work that y'all are doing, and particularly the work coming from the lived experts, it won't change our experience. So the work that this collective room is doing is to change the experience for others. And so just like thinking through that, I will never be able to receive the outcome of the bill I got passed. I don't even think I'll ever be able to see it in action, but it's getting done. And so just when you're thinking about the motivator, it's also like, we got what we got here, and that is what it is. But we have the opportunity to change that for everybody else in partnership with every human in this room.
Thank you, ladies. Is there any more questions, comments?
Yeah, I had a question. I think it's for, I think it was Morrison Family Services is here in the building today, and this might be directed towards them, but the whole panel. Can you describe, explain, how would male support, specifically male support, walk into your organization, how would that look? And if I can direct it for the Morrison Family Services, I think they're up there somewhere. Okay. Perfect. So yeah, if we have like an in-depth detail, how would that look?
Can you just repeat the question? How would it, sorry, is the question how would a father receive services with Morrison?
Yes, yes.
So generally our referrals come through child welfare. There are some options to have a father ask for a mentor.
Well, okay, so my bad. Let me get more real with it. Okay, so we get intake assessments. We get the whole rigmarole, but as being a lived experience, you guys have experiences, we out here, we do what we do, you guys do what you do. 2025 in April, as of today, walk in, kids off the streets, that first intake, that first look, that first contact, if you can be real with us and tell us how initially, not on paper-wise, not going by managers, program managers, but in depth, real-wise, real talk, real time, how that look, if that makes sense.
Like meeting them right where they're at? Is that what we're talking about? Like when a parent walks in the door and says, hey, I need supports and services.
I'm sorry, say the last part.
If a parent walks in the door and says, hey, I just need supports and services?
A male, specifically.
Specifically a male?
Yes.
Yeah.
Specifically a male.
Specifically, a male or male reaching out for services would be interacted with or receive the same services within our program that a mother would. We have male mentors that are sitting over here. And so the male mentors are paired with the fathers, and they provide the supports and services that us women mentors provide to the moms.
So basically she's saying that you're not going to be discriminated against.
No, everybody receives the same services.
Does that make sense?
And maybe I'm missing the question. Anybody can walk in and receive. No.
So we have different lenses, right? Cultural specific lenses and different approach, right?
Yeah.
So if African American family walk in, we would direct them to maybe SEI, early things of nature, right? So if a male walk in, so my whole point, this is my whole point. If a male walk in, like if they're navigators, peer supports, okay, let me connect you to A, B, and C to help you get to where you need to be. Because if we want you to pass whatever, as long as we, is there some same place for fathers to help support at Morrison?
Yes,
Yes.
with our male mentors.
With our male mentors.
We have male mentors, yes.
We have male mentors, and then we have female mentors. Yes, so, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. So we have men that we connect with men, and then we have women that we connect with women. We all come with our lived experience of having our own child welfare cases and being parents in recovery. And so we help them navigate that journey in hopes to reunify with their families. So yes, I'm hoping that I'm answering it correctly, but to answer that, we would pair a father with a male mentor and allow them to help navigate that journey, because again, that's that lived experience. That's that real raw, I can't tell a man how to navigate. When my ex-husband and I had our case, he had his own male mentor, right? Because I'm not gonna be able to tell him what's gonna work for him, because I'm trying to figure out what works for me, and what works for me might not even work for her, right? And so again, having that male perspective to be able to be raw, real, and vulnerable and meet a parent right where they're at, that's the goal of the program, right? To be able to help the parent navigate the system and have the supports and services that they need that replicate what we're working with, right? And that have that true lived experience of understanding what it's like going through that system, because again, it's not easy. Right? And some of us have navigated it a couple times, right? And so again, being able to make sure that we have the males working with males and women with women to help them navigate that, because again, our experiences are totally different.
Can I hear that about that?
Absolutely, Gina.
I'm gonna defend Morrison here a little bit. So, I used to work for Morrison as well as a peer mentor. And Morrison themselves has also identified that it is predominantly white services. And they sit there and have panels and diversify and work together on how they can include and make things more available to people of color to want to come work for us and be mentors themselves. So it's very inclusive.
I appreciate y'all for everything that you shared. I want to name that something that was turning in my mind as you all were speaking was as someone who aged out of foster care, am in this work. And I have a principle that representation isn't liberation, because we can have diverse oppressors and we can be absorbed into the system and be that face without enacting any real change. And so I want to hear from you all, how do you stay true to your values and your principles and avoid tokenization and avoid being reduced to your identity, because we are all so much more and also those things? And how do you just continue to navigate the system without being seduced into its thinking and its ways of being?
No, because actually that's a really good question, because something in Colorado, I won't say we, I will say me. I am dealing with that as a reality for myself right now. Because I know the power that my voice has, and I know how to take up space, if you guys can't tell. I'm a small person, but I'm loud. And I hit a point where I was like, I can't tell if this is doing anything. And I think like Heather and Angela have heard me
say this, many people that we work with, like at one point I was like, I'm not gonna keep sitting here just to keep talking. Like, I got other things to do. And so, first of all, the trauma response in me went and put my boxing gloves on, like, I'm ready to go and I'm gonna fight with y'all. But then the other part of me, I shut the hell down. I'll be honest with y'all, I quit going to our steering committee meetings. For the last year, I have not gone, or I've gone a couple times. And when I do go, they say something, it triggers me, and I shut up and I stop going again. Because it's like putting me in this space of like coming out of who I am, and then sitting in this room with, I'm sitting here with y'all today. It's like, all right, girl. Okay, remember who you are. They asked you to come out here and tell them what you're doing in Colorado. Meanwhile, I'm like, nothing. Nothing. I mean, no, it is not, and it is true. When I hit the space where I was questioning my identity and how my role impacted the work, I decided to do nothing. And what does that do? Nothing. So we're not doing what it is that I fought so hard to get us seats at the table to do because they got mad. And I was rightfully so mad. I stand in my anger. It was okay. But I say that because it takes a lot of courage. It just takes a lot of courage to be able to see past that and know that no matter how much we break down those walls, and I feel real comfortable telling the executive director of CDHS to go put myself often, but I also really respect him in that having that conversation, we can do that. And I need to get back to that space of being able to let go of the positional authority that I think I let come in and pull me away from what it is that I know I'm charged to do in this work. And so, like, my advice to you, when you feel in that moment, call your friend. That's what this panel of humans is here for. Every single one of us experiences it at some point where we come out of that fight and like we retreat back into our shell. So using one another to really, and then don't forget, like I said earlier when I said my gratitude, when I was on the plane last night, I was like, I'm so grateful I went through what I went through so I can actually make this world a better place. And so don't forget that, like, it hurt then so that other people don't have to hurt in the future.
So I'm gonna push against you, my friend. Which part of what you said I would say is not true, because even though you have been quiet for the last year, she's also been somebody that I can always call or bug, whether it's a text message or something. And so that's not true. She hasn't been doing nothing. So I'm gonna correct you on that one. But yes, so persistence, never giving up, never taking no for an answer. No is not no. No needs to be yes. You need to always push back. Push back in a healthy manner. Self-care. You gotta take care of yourself in some form, whatever it is. But sometimes that means just leaning on others. That's why what I said earlier, my Star Wars quote is so important. Community, relationships, those break systems down. Power in numbers. Cohesive power in numbers. One thing I do in Colorado is I get all the lived experts together. I have text messages pinned at the top of my phone. And they're all lived experts groups that I either co-facilitate or help run. And guess what it's constantly doing? Check-ins, birthdays, checking on the kiddos. Because power in numbers matter. Cohesive power in numbers matter. Don't forget that. So what am I saying? You're not alone. I'm here. These ladies are here. Call me whenever. You want to cry? You want to scream? Scream at me. I'll scream back with you. That's what I say. That's what we have to do for each other. Sometimes it means just holding each other's hands and collectively screaming and then figuring it out. Persistence, resilience, never giving up.
Got you.
Good afternoon, thank you all. Shout out moms. Father and guys, shout out moms. Just buttering you up because I'm about to piss you off. Not really. So the trajectory has been perfect for a question that burns in me and likely they call me an elephant hunter because I seek elephants in rooms. And so there are a great amount of service providers here that are enacting this work and honoring lived experiences, right? And so in a normal workspace where I've been a part of and led, there can be people in the room that on that day or around that subject matter, they are not the best person to address or follow in the strategizing or planning of that day. This sister just talked about the tokenism. How do you avoid that allure? It was Audrey's her first name. Audre Lorde said we cannot use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house. And putting certain representation in the room is a tool of oppression, right? An old tool of oppression. And so I'm getting at this, the question, which is, I regard lived experience folks, consider myself one. But I'm also one, if I'm in a room with folks with a collective objective, as I call it, I'm gonna talk to you and I'm going to interact with you as is desired, just like I'm gonna interact with the professionals or someone else. A guy like me, gonna tell a professional, that is off the mark. Some subject matter, and y'all said it yourself, right? You just push back on her, your fellow lived experience sister. I'm gonna push back on you at some point, but I don't want you to pull the lived experience card. And some experts in the room right now are like, damn, I be feeling that. It's like, when can I say something to the lived experience person? When in my life, in my approach, my family and my culture, if I got something I need to say to you, I'm gonna say it, right? That is my respect for you. And it's gonna, you walk in on it sometimes, it's gonna look pretty nasty. But then we're gonna be like, okay, let's go get a drink. So, question, what is the juncture of diminishing returns in yielding to lived experience, folks, because you have the lived experience? And when do we check one another as if we are all equal? If it be a culture of authenticity, we should be able to do that. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I'll jump in first and whoever wants to jump in. One of the first things I do when I build a space or facilitate, whatever it looks like, is the bottom line is we're all humans in this room. I don't care how many degrees you have. I have two. I have 2 master's degrees. Who cares? Who cares? We're humans. My favorite thing is to strip people of their titles. I don't mean it in a mean way. I have them too. I strip myself of my titles. At the end of the day, we collectively need to sit in the room as humans, sitting with humans, supporting humans. I'm a mom. That's what I am. I'm a woman by birth. That's who I am. And I have my experiences. So when I sit with all of you in this room, that's what I am. We're humans together, working for the greater good of humans, and that is the bottom line. No code switching crap, which is what you were just talking about. I'm gonna code switch with you, and then I'm gonna turn around and go talk to Angela, whoever from Foster America, and I'm gonna code switch again. That's crap. That's bureaucratic crap passed down from the higher ups, top down, telling us how to do. Showing up like this is hierarchy. The way you dress in a room is hierarchy. But hey, that's what we're programmed to do. So the bottom line to my message is, humans supporting humans. Throw the programs out. Break the barriers. That takes courage. And hey, when you're the person doing it, you're the villain. Right? You're the problem in the room. But bottom line is, we are humans supporting humans for the greater good of humans. That is it.
Just quickly, I'll also say this though. If I sit at the table, I know what I'm expecting. So to answer your question, like if you have to push back, I ask for a spot at the table. That means that I have to accept the norms of the space that I am sitting in. I am nobody's victim, and I don't want to be treated that way. So.
Gina, can you read me that sign right there?
This one here?
Yeah, that big one.
Take action or resign.
Take action or resign. If we're all sitting in a room together collectively, like, yes, we're not all gonna agree maybe on some things, whether it be policy, case management style, whatever, but we should all have collectively the same goal, and that's helping families and preserving families. I'm not sure when this idea got lost within social work that, oh, removal this, removal that. We're straying away from that. I've seen DHS the last year really put effort in to straying away from language like that of immediate thought would be removal. No, let's really check it out, let's dig deep. And again, this starts with leadership and hiring. If you're working in a social setting of any sort, what are you doing if you don't want to help people? Like, you are in the wrong profession, because it's not the pay and it's really not the hours or anything like that. I have wrinkles and I'm 23. Like, it's not that. So quite literally, if you're not looking to help, there's the door, and I think we need to start being more abrupt with that. If maybe this isn't the career for you, because we should really all have a collective mind and mission of helping and serving families. So, yep.
Let's give these ladies a round of applause. So I want to do, number one, I want to say thank you. I'm so sorry.
Can I jump in
Absolutely.
really quickly? I gotta get it off my mind, off my chest. So, talking about pushback, I heard you say using the lived experience card, and I also heard someone say earlier that everybody in this room has lived experience. And the way that we're gonna transform our future in the next generation is through experience. So can we just highlight that and actually use that card a little bit? In every capacity, please. And in closing, I'd like to say that if I had had a choice, if they would have come alongside me and said, hey, we have a treatment bed for you and your son, I would have absolutely chose to go to treatment with my son. Instead, I had to access services, as it was brought up earlier, we're 50th in treatment access. I had to wait in line with everybody else and figure it out by myself. And so, come to parents with choices. Build that relationship. Keep the relationship. The reason I do this is not because of the success I am on paper now, but it was how it was done.
I know some people are ready to go jump in the swimming pool. I just want to say this has been an incredible experience for me. An incredible experience. I want to thank all the presenters, the panelists, for just sharing your truth. And I think that's the more I take from this whole day, was a lot of truth being spoken. A lot of courage, and definitely for a person that has worked in the space, not knowing what a foster kid is going through, not knowing exactly what a lived experienced kid is going through that's on my caseload. Thank you. Thank you for helping me understand why that young girl was running when she first met me, but then gave me a chance to actually come into her life and pump energy, pump life. So thank you for sharing that. That's huge. The last word should be given by Janine Morales. I want to thank you for choosing me to be a part of this journey. And come on up here, lady, and get your flowers.
advisory members has come full circle in like living the experience of being someone impacted by child welfare. And today I want to give her a spotlight so she can tell you all her testimony of what is happening in real time because of people like you who are advocates and allies, who invest into people when people sometimes don't always see that glow within themselves or have it. But it takes one or two of those people to really plant that seed, and you guys can have awesome outcomes. And Ms. Tiana Forbes, come up and share your outcomes.
Totally unplanned, like my entire life. It seems like everything all the time is changing, and I'm a hot mess all the time. That didn't get better with recovery, by the way. So, I'm Tiana Forbes. I want to share something before and I'm not going to take too much of your time, because I know we're exhausted, right? I want to share something with bias, because Clint highlighted bias many times, and I think it's super important. Bias becomes dangerous when it shapes our decisions that affect people's lives, period. Especially in systems such as child welfare, healthcare, or criminal justice. When unchecked, our bias leads to unequal treatment, missed opportunities for healing, and lasting harm to individuals and the entire families. It's dangerous when assumptions replace empathy, when judgment replaces the understanding, and when systems claim to be neutral while perpetuating injustice. The danger of bias isn't just in personal opinions, it's in policies, practices, and power structures that dehumanize instead of support. That's why we must not only acknowledge bias, but actively work to dismantle it. So I started with Foster America while I was a parent mentor with Morrison, who was the BIPOC bilingual mentor. Love what Morrison does, right? But it wasn't, I was meant for something more. I've been in school for many years. I'm very close to having a bachelor's in social work. My other major is children, youth, and family services. I'll have a master's in about a year and a half. I'm a lead clinician for Another Chance Treatment Center in Portland, Oregon. We're an intensive outpatient program. The reason why I asked to speak with you today is because right now my entire caseload is full of parents who are at the end of their case, because we know there's a timeline. And I'm getting these parents when they're 9 months, 12 months, 14 months, because guess what? They've been sitting on residential waiting lists for a year. Another Chance, we're different. There are many barriers that people experience. We're never going to have enough treatment centers. We're never going to have enough detox centers. We're never going to have enough counselors, but we try. So I'm going to share a little bit, and I'm just going to read through because I get a little bit lost sometimes. So not only am I a clinician, I'm a parent, a person in long-term recovery, someone with lived experience in addiction, mental health, domestic violence, foster care, the child welfare system myself. I've been to prison twice, and I'm a student. Those are my titles. That's not who I am. I'm coming before you today as a clinician and a parent. I'm part of the Pathfinders Network Board. I'm part of the opt-in, and previously the 0 to 3. I just love this work. Sarah, who supported me at Morrison, was my supervisor, got me into this work, and I've kind of just gone with it because I love it. So my story, my struggles, and my healing journey aren't just a part of who I am. They're the foundation of why I do what I do. I grew up surrounded by addiction. I wish I could stand here today and tell you, as a clinician, that addiction no longer impacts my family, but I can't do that today. I wish I could say I've been able to help all of my loved ones, but the truth is I can't and I haven't. What I can say is that the foster care system is often generational, and one of my deepest goals is to break the cycle of generational instability in my own family. As a mother who once had to sign over her rights to her first child, I was promised an open adoption. He's now 18. I've never seen him since. But if I signed who I am today is a mom who's still gonna be here for that child when he searches me out, because he will. And I get to be a safe, supportive person for that child. I have 4 other, including I have 5 total children. I have 1 that I'm adopting. DHS actually approved me to get him when his parents passed away. And I have my little girl, she's just a mini me. I have 1 who he passed away of SIDS, and then I have another who I co-parent with. What I can say is that I don't lose my faith despite my trauma that I've been through. All that I can do today is stand before you and other committees and other spaces and share my story, right? Everybody in this room has a story. It's super important that we share it. I stand before you today as a clinician, most of all, because I'm fighting against addiction. We all are. I'll be honest, we're in the middle of a war. It feels like we're losing. We're up against fentanyl, systemic barriers, untreated trauma, poverty, and deeply rooted stigma that still keeps people from seeking help today. The data tells us that only about 2% of the people made it out of addiction for life. I fear that number is even lower. I'd like to hear what it is today with fentanyl. I don't think we're at 2%. 2% don't make it out anymore. There's hope. I'm part of that 2%. There are many others in this room who are part of that 2%. With Another Chance Treatment Center, we're built on lived experiences, from the founder to the clinicians to the case managers. Our founders have personal histories with both the justice system and DHS. While that is not my story to share, I can tell you that their experience has shaped every aspect of what we do at Another Chance. We remove barriers. The biggest hurdles in treatment is the wait time. We make it a priority to never let that be longer than about 2.5 weeks. The longest I've ever seen our wait list for somebody to get an assessment is 3 weeks. I haven't seen it happen in a very long time. We treat everybody regardless of their insurance, race, sexuality, ability to pay. Basically, if they can't afford treatment and their insurance doesn't cover it, we treat them for free. The other thing we do is we house them in sober housing the same day. So the biggest barrier is residentials, they're just full. The reality is you're not getting a parent into residential anytime soon, unless you can really pull some strings. The second best is going to be, we're an intensive outpatient, which is basically the equivalent hours to residential. 5.5 hours a day is our highest level of care. We connect them to sober housing, community resources, even Morrison, and any part of a village that we can, with people with lived experience who genuinely care. Like we have other community partners come in to support. We work every single day to break the stigma around addiction and mental health, and that stigma is deadly. It keeps people silent, it keeps parents from asking for help, it keeps families suffering in shame. We challenge that every day with compassion, visibility, and authenticity. Most of our team members have lived experience. We know what it feels like to be labeled as a lost cause. We know how it feels to be told you're too far gone, unfit, unworthy. That's exactly why we believe so deeply in every person who walks through our doors. Our program's growing fast, and I believe we'll be opening a 3rd location soon. People come from all over Oregon. I think somebody just came from like Pennsylvania recently to access treatment with us. We get to witness the transformations every single day. They say if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. I know exactly what that means. I wake up every day and get to do the work that matters to me. I get to walk alongside people in recovery and remind them that they are not broken. I get to use my story as part of the, I don't know, missed it. Okay, anyways. I get to stand in rooms like this, rooms where change is possible, and advocate for better policies, more funding, more compassion, and true understanding about families and individuals in crisis need. The reality is, the services that we have today didn't exist 17 years ago when I lost my parental rights to my first child. I often think about how different things could have been if just one person believed in me. I want to leave you with this today. And this is something that our founder shares. His name is John Morgan. Gina knows him. So there's a story about a father and son walking along the beach covered in starfish. The father tosses one back into the ocean. The son says, "Dad, saving one's not going to make a difference." The father replies, "It made a difference to that one." This is what we do, all of us, we make differences, one life at a time. Imagine what we could do if we worked together, with lived experience at the table, with wraparound support, and systems that believe in healing. Let's continue to push for change, break generational trauma, and end the stigma. Not just for ourselves, but for every child, every parent, and every family still waiting for their chance. In your bags, there's going to be flyers for another chance. You can also go to the website. You're welcome to contact me directly. Like, I will support. I will stay after hours for that parent or person who needs treatment that day and needs housing. We have an amazing team. We work together. We have an amazing outreach team. Again, even 2 weeks is too long to get people in because we know how fast they can change their mind and how fast something can change, right? So, in the event of an emergency, like, we take people walk-ins every day. So again, there's flyers in there. You're always welcome to reach out to me. I'll share my email and number if you need that. And I just want to say thank you for allowing me to share the space with you and for being part of the change.
Hello. All right. So we are going to have one more closing segment. Before we do that, I want to say from 4 o'clock after this amazing sound bath closure we're going to have, there's networking. We want you all to network with each other, get to know the advocates, the community leaders, the DHS workers who are here advocating for lived experience and who are talking about creating pathways for screened out families to provide them with resources instead of separation and allowing for everyone to come together because we all care about children and family, and like others have shared already, we all have a lived experience and we can all impact somebody, and so we want to continue to do that. There will be a cocktail social hour that starts at 5 o'clock, so stay a little longer. And then at 6 o'clock, there'll be dinner. We want to convene. It is not a program. It is solely for you guys to network and get to know each other and get to know our local advisory members that are in your guys' programs. They have their bios. And reach out to them. Let them come visit your organizations and talk to the community you guys are serving. And let's continue to grow our community and our network here today. And then I think we have one more announcement, and then we're going to move over to Simone Marie and her team so that they can go ahead and close us out.
I was just going to say really quick, the last thing I wanted to add is we also treat couples. As long as there is space in the sober houses we utilize, because that is the barrier when we're talking about people in recovery, is they're codependent, they only have each other. They've gone through the worst day of their lives, they've lost their children, and they have nothing left but each other. We will treat them together, separate counselors, and we will house them together. So we're the only agency in all of Oregon who houses and treats couples.
Thank you. I don't know who Janine is about to introduce last, but before she gets off the stage, Donnell said we're going to give her flowers.
I know that's right.
Figuratively and literally, we're going to give you your flowers. I've had the pleasure of getting to know Janine over the last 3 to 4 years. And before she came to this position, we've had many ongoing conversations about career, being a strong and fierce Black woman, and how that could kill you one day, for real. And I think she's landed at the right place, and in doing this work, and as someone myself has done the type of work with lived experience experts like yourself, only about 25 years or so now, aging myself, I'm glad to see people like Janine who have the youthfulness, the courage, the strength, and the excellence to continue this work with you all. So Janine, thank you all for bringing us together and for running a wonderful conference.
Go Janine!
Okay, Simone. Thank you all.
I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of talking. I'm tired. I'm ready for Mama G to play the ball. Are y'all ready? That's my favorite instrument. The rain drum. But I want to let Sarah say really quick, just inviting everybody to come to New Wellness Center because the work that you guys are doing, helping to reduce stress. We have sound bed. We have retreats that we host every month that are called Healing the Healers, or not every month, quarterly. Healing the Healers, where we host an on-call or online call every month, but then a monthly, quarterly retreat where you come in person and get to experience services, different modalities from different providers or different practitioners. You see, I'm tired. I'm trying to get it. But I also want to share that we also have Sarah, the lady who has a nonprofit, and we have Sister Sister, which is, I'm going to let Sarah tell you real quick. She's going to introduce her.
All right. You guys are going to be speaking. So I am Divinely Sarah. I am the founder of Sister Sister Healing. It is a nonprofit organization for young Black girls 8 to 18. And it is specifically for young girls in our foster system, underserved young girls. Well, I put the emphasis on Aboriginal, Indigenous, melanated young girls. It's for all girls, and the last time we had a program, I thought, okay, I'm gonna help, like, it's gonna be small, it's gonna be like 5 to 7 of us, and I'm gonna get some mom volunteers. It grew so fast, so wild, and so large. We ended up making the paper, we ended up in Salem, we ended up getting grant funding, we ended up doing curriculum. We had like this huge graduation because we do offer curriculum, and one of our first subjects was, it was focused on, it went away. But most of our work is done with young girls, right? So these young girls that we had specifically had grown up into older young ladies, and so they come back and they mentor the young girls. So it grew so fast and so large that I had to take a break because I'm thinking, I can't manage all of this. This is wild. All the different people that showed up to help support, to help to build communities, to write the curriculum. And so we decided that we're going to start it up again because I even have people who are asking, so Rob, where is Sister Sister? One of our biggest supporters was Metro. And they called me like 2 months ago asking, what are we doing here? And so we decided that we're going to start it up. We have Sister Sister Healing House at the New Wellness Center because we need it. So we're starting off with healing circles. We also have mothers who need assistance with doing their daughter's hair, so we do assist with that as well, because that is a barrier and that is an issue. And we just focus on whatever the needs are, and especially self-esteem when it comes to our young girls. And so, with that being said, I would like to formally introduce you to our founder of the New Wellness Center, Miss Graciela Teofield, and she's also a certified Ladies of the Light practitioner. She's a medical grade Reiki specialist. She is a breathwork practitioner. She practices vibrational sound therapy. She is our elder, our leading elder at Ladies of the Light, and she is also my friend. And so, without further ado, Graciela Teofield.
Thank you. That was a lot of talking. Listen, I don't know about you all, but I was sitting over there and everything is so empowering. Everyone's experience is so meaningful and so deep. I can only imagine how many tentacles and how many directions what you all do go. How many people are touched by the work that you do? And by that, you will never know. Because when your energy touches a person, that goes in it. There used to be a shampoo commercial. Two people, and you would have two people or something, and they were doing the shampoo, somebody back there, that's what I heard. But the trickle effect of how this moves forward, I'm inspired by the way. I'm encouraged by the way.
I didn't want to talk. But I was talking, wasn't I? All right, as I get ready to play, and I'm gonna play just shortly because I know you are on a schedule. Before I get started, move your shoulders. I don't know about you, but mine hurt. Sitting a long time and being so focused. Move your head. Chin down, chin up. Maybe to the head, to the side, to the side. I'm going to lift one of my arms. Rotate my wrist and move my fingers. I'm going to do the other one now. All right. And with that, that was a good breath. I saw somebody yawn. All that is just getting some good air in and then letting it go. I'm going to give you a few minutes of the sound medicine. I had a couple of folks that came in this afternoon and received self-care with the metal bowls, which is more the therapeutic, literally on the body. You vibrate that water that's within you. That's what we did across the hall. This, using the crystal quartz bowls, vibrates and changes the ether. Okay? This is the same material that's in your computers and in your phones. It is serious stuff, and I enjoy it a great deal. So I'm glad you guys enjoy it. While I'm here, I'm enjoying it too. So I'm going to give this to somebody. Come get this.
All right, just rest. Take a deep breath. as long as there is life, there is hope. As long as there is hope, trust and believe. There is a plethora of miracles lined up just for you. I've heard it say, pick, choose, not me. I say, take them all. Don't you dare leave one behind. Take them all. They all have your name on it. I wish you profound joy. We talked about that earlier today. But here's the thing I want you to hear is your birthright, you came with joy. Life experiences and how it comes and goes and the ebb and flow of it, there are times that it gets chipped away or it gets broken and we end up giving it away. I challenge you today to remember that joy is your birthright. Don't give it away. Let's hear me out. Don't give it away. You see, happiness is a different thing. That's conditional. I'm happy because of this, or I'm happy because of that. But joy is yours. Don't give it away. Don't let anybody come get it. Keep it. Like I said this afternoon, make it ridiculous. Make them look at you. Make them feel you when you pass by them. Ooh, what was that? Who was that? Uh-oh. There we go again. I encourage you to move from a place of love. Ain't nothing better than that. And love looks different to different people, but find yours. What does your love look like expressed with your peace and your power? I love getting up in the morning. I give all my things even before my feet hit the ground. But one of the things I'm really always saying is, ooh, I'm grateful to be here today. Opened up my eyes. Some days, I promise you, in this season of my life, sitting up is not that easy. Sitting up and putting your feet on the floor. But I'm still glad I can do it. I encourage you to find your peace, find your joy, move in love, practice kindness, any chance you can. Now, the light that is within me, that quickens me to be who you see here, this crone, this mature older woman, better known as, where is she? The elder. There was a fight involved with that. That's another story for another time. But the light that quickens me to be me has watched y'all today. And I see the light in each and every one of you. And the passion. Sometimes I've seen the hurt. And then I saw the healing. And I recognized you. And I was glad to be here. And honored to see you walk by. For some of you to see and get to touch you. I honor you. And I give thanks for you. Now, with that in mind, all is well. And it's going to get weller. With y'all in it. All is well and in divine order. I'm so glad I'm not in charge.
And honestly, I'm glad some of y'all aren't charged. I'm just saying. I give thanks for each and every one of you. I give thanks for the work that you do. I'm grateful that you're here and that the children have you. And I'll say not only that the children have you, but the families have you to turn to and to lean on to. Because that's how they get to come back together, or how they get to move forward, or how they get to stand up and say, this is who I am now. Because y'all in the room, doing the do. Again, all is well. All is in divine order. And so it is. And so it shall be. This day and every day that you agree. Much love. Ashe. Aho. Ashe. Amen. Amen. You are. Have a lovely evening.
Let's call it panorama.
Dean, I want you to go like this.
I'm
not in the picture.
In the front, Clint has his phone.
No, I'm not on the board.
You don't have to be.
You're part of today's thing, you get in here.
I was told that wasn't on the board.
See, that's how it's done.
Thank you.
Yes.
There you go, you're welcome in. Thanks, Michael.
Squeezing y'all.
This is like a Tethro family right here.
Yes.
Tethro.
Cody, you can come down here.
Yeah, Cody, you're part of us.
Sorry, I'm stepping.
Cody,
Come
come down here.
Now, get down.
Get here now.
Kim, are you?
Right. Right.
Oh, look at that team down there. That short fella in the back.
Matthew, get a couple pictures on your phone.
Got some leg.
I remember from sports pictures. Oh, yeah. Your window on a little angle.
Yeah,
Right.
All right, here we go. This is it. I'm going to ask you to look at my camera first, please. Just for me, right here at me. We'll take a couple quick photos. Perfect. Looks great. Couple more. I'm going to switch to this camera too. We're going to take a couple more here. Excellent. Nice job, everybody.
All right. Any questions?
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have now been released.
Y'all did.
My phone's away. No, my phone's dead. Yeah. You'll see in my office, it's big. I have a big mama line.
It's been such a great experience being here today and just seeing the collaboration between everyone, the panel, all of the key things that people are telling us for information. I'm really excited to see how the opt-in develops in Oregon specifically, but I love that we are focusing on lived experience and really bringing people to the table as professionals, because we've gone through a lot of things and have seen a lot of things and have a voice, and that voice needs to be heard.
Generally, in terms of like initial takeaways, and mine is like my own individual path here, but I'm Jessie, nice to meet you. I am basically coming home. Yeah, I feel like what today has been for me personally, among like many other epiphanies along the way, is like a feeling of coming home to being surrounded by incredible people who are doing good work. And for the last several years, like I had my foyer into the for-profit space, and I feel like I continue to have these epiphanies where you are your environment. And I feel like I don't know what the word is, just like got accustomed to or got sucked into this idea of like, how can I make this company X amount of money? And like, not to say that's a worthless endeavor, but what a waste of skills to go towards that as like a base level want. And so to be here surrounded by legitimately compassionate, kind, but also data driven and like very savvy and smart people has just been such a reminder and a breath of fresh air that collective action makes a huge difference. And this is the right group of people to move things forward. Yeah.